The expectation is here, but the reality is always here. If you're a tourist, you come here like, wow, I didn't realize it was going to be such a fabulous experience. And I think the business services industry has been through a little bit of that in terms of its, from a few years ago, and I remember, and it was the new kid on the block. And the expectation wasn't so high, but I think because of the quality and how it's transformed and matured and all these other wonderful words over the years, now the pressure's on because Romania in the business services industry is a known quantity globally, as many of you in this room know. So the pressure's on. So I'm really, really happy that we've got this, the 11th, congratulations, the 11th edition of the Romanian Business Service Forum and Awards. And I will read this actually, because it says in 2025 the business services industry continues to play a pivotal role in helping companies adapt to the shifting market landscape, defined by new technologies, challenges of information accuracy, and the increasing pressure on time and cost-effective delivery of services and solutions. I emphasize on the word time because I think that's the biggest challenge for us all as individuals and organizations at the moment. We've got two wonderful sessions today, and I hope I'll be scanning the room, so if anybody does have any questions or wants to pose something, we will have time at the end of each session, but if there's something that you can't wait for the answer, just put your hand in the air and either myself or Morella or the team will spot you. Like everything, these events are not possible without the wonderful support. Morella's given me everything to do this evening. Sometimes I don't have to do all of this, but she's forced me to do the whole thing. So my apologies for any bad pronunciations this evening. I've tended to, over the last 15 years, I completely renamed some people with my pronunciation. But let's have in terms of the partners, the gold partners, and if you're with this company, you can just do a little yay, okay? Don't be embarrassed, or a big yay, depending. So the first one I do expect is the gold partners, Teleperformance Romania. That was a reluctant yay, but we got there. Vastint Romania. ACCA, do I say Itchy Bucharest? Alliance Partners and Vipro. So thank you. Oh, and Société Générale, Global Service Center, I think that is. Capgemini, or Capgemini. See, that's the boys over there. Accenture. And Genpact. Thank you very much. Oh dear. If you're happy, no, I'm not going to go into things like that. Our partners are Griefs. Where are you? Where was Andrea? Oh, there she is. Yeah. Voice, is it Voice? Is that correct? Yeah. Vodafone Intelligent Solutions. As opposed to Vodafone Unintelligent Solutions, wouldn't quite work, would it? So it's a good name. AHK Romania, Anis, Cluj IT Cluster, Lovering and Partners, yay! Did I say Lovering and Partners? I can't remember if I said that. Outsourcing Media Partners, that was our supporting. Our Media Partners Outsourcing Today. Sustainability Today. Automotive Today. Financial Intelligence, that's not you. Romania Durabilă, I think that's pronounced. Economistul, Club Economic, and Bursa. So bad pronunciations, I know, but thank you very much indeed to all of the support that we have. So it comes to the moment when I am going to ask my distinguished panel. I've got to sit at that end and talk to people right at the other end, but let's see how we can do that. So I'm going to do them in the order I have here. So first on my list is Daniela Micușan, the CEO of Teleperformance Romania. Raluca Bergalea, I think, Country Managing Director for Accenture Romania. Cătălin Badescu, the head of Capgemini Romania. Ciprian Dan, the country head of Vipro Romania. Philippe Gaboulon, I hope I pronounced your name correctly, Philippe, the CEO of Société Générale. Adela Shova, the head of global training for ACCA. Antonio Panate, the managing director of Vastint Romania. Alex Stonescu, the Vice President Europe Operations Country Lead Romania and Bulgaria for Genpact. Andrea Paon, the Managing Partner for Greece. And Victor Vivera, the General Director of ICI or ICI Bucharest. Are you all there? Victor. We were just about to put a call out for you, Victor. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you so much to my large panel of people. We got quite a lot in depth, and I always like these things to be really getting to the truth and the crux of the matter. So as I said, if you have a particular question, please do raise your hand. The first session, as he tries to multitask here, the first session, I'll read this a little bit for you, and if you mind, I'll sit down. You're going to take good care of me today? Yes. You're going to be good? You're going to be kind to me and answer all my questions? Okay. So Romania stands poised to achieve a major position in the European business services sector with its strategic location at the crossroads of Europe, a highly skilled workforce, competitive cost, and strong digital infrastructure. The country offers unparalleled opportunities for growth and innovation. Easy for me to say, let's find out what the reality is and what we really need to be doing going forward. On this first session, we're going to talk about Romania's strategic position in the global business services, developing people, very important, and capabilities in volatile environments. I think that's a fair word to use. Leadership, flexibility, and culture in the new era of work. And we've got people very close to me who have the expertise in what all that's about. Attracting investment and leveraging local potential. Well, I'm exhausted already, but I'm gonna keep going with this. So I'm gonna come first of all to Philippe. All the way down there, CEO of Société Générale. Philippe, straightforward question for you, and it's really the advice that you guys can give to us in the audience and the wider audience, and also that confidence I think we're looking for today. How can the Romanian industry of business services leverage its skilled multilingual workforce and competitive cost structure to position itself as a strategic nearshoring hub for global business services? Over to you, sir.
Thank you. First, for us, Société Générale, it is strategic because if you take our footprint in the different service centers that we have a big one in India, like many, but the second one is here and very substantial. So it is strategic for some companies, and we are part of it. But there's a shift in what is happening in these centers due to automation, due to mostly automation, but also some outsourcing compared to a company like us, which is a captive company. There's an evolution of the task of the task that people do in terms of complexity, value added, etc. And basically, to be successful in that shifting landscape, people need to go in that direction and be ready to this, which can be achieved by different things. I mean, of course, there's a education system, etc., that feed at the bottom these things, but also within the company, how we reskill, we upskill these people, we train these people to new technology. AI is a major shift. How we prepare people to AI, also to ESG to a certain extent, because it's also part of the current world landscape, and how we have a developing business knowledge of the different business we interacted with. I mean, the time of just executing something is gone. Nobody wants, you know, to have a center where people are just doing what they ask for. They are willing to see people who can accompany them in their transformation, have an impact on the whole group, etc. So it's how we position ourselves, I mean, you know, the company, to achieve this, to have this impact. And it's kind of new job in a way for certain people, not all. Some were prepared. And also how we diversify in consultancy, for example, AI technologies that I have mentioned, to be able to deliver this.
Alex, just coming to you on this same sort of subject in terms of, you know, what makes Romania competitive as a strategic hub, and I feel Philippe sort of touched there about the diversification of the business over the years, the sophistication of the business over the years. I guess there's always a danger that we try to do everything in this business services world and lose touch on the areas maybe we should focus on. But what, from a Genpact point of view, how are you seeing that competitive edge of Romania?
Thanks, Colin. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. Great to be here. Look, purely from a market perspective, Romania still has a bunch of advantages. Right? I think number one, with talent availability. And I know everybody's complaining that, you know, there's a shortage of talent. Yes, there is. But Romania still has a lot of room to grow and still has a lot of talent. In fact, the way we're seeing the market, probably the business services industry in Romania has room to grow 1.5x, 2x still. So that's one. Two is demographics. There are certain parts of Romania, tier 2 cities right now, which are actually evolving. I would particularly call out Iași, which is one of the few areas in Europe that has population growth, triggered by, you know, rural moving to urban, which is an element that hasn't stabilized in Romania. It's still happening, but also we're seeing workforce actually coming back, which is why we're heavily investing in Iași. We're banking on Iași and the surrounding areas to be, you know, the next hotspot of Romania, and we've established a center that is growing rapidly. So demographics is definitely a second. I think the third one is cost. And again, while cost has gone up and then Bucharest has become more expensive, I think Bucharest is still at the level of tier 2 cities in Poland, for instance, and with higher availability of talent. Now you put some of the other emerging parts of Romania together and you have a good value proposition for a lot of companies and a lot of new companies. To my knowledge, there's still 12 to 15 new logos opening a shared service center or a hub here in Romania every year. But I think the fourth one is relevance as well. Growth can only be inextricably linked to the relevance of the service. And so far, the industry in Romania, as Philip said, you know, has delivered, you know, cost and language. And that value proposition is shifting very, very rapidly. That value proposition will not hold water in the near future, medium-term future. So the shift of what the value proposition should be is actually the question. For now, it's a good environment, but obviously we have to ride the winds of change and then make sure that the industry is future-proof.
Thanks, Alex. Raluca, coming to you just on this, sort of following on from Alex's point about, there was very much a positive note there, you know, and I think we know we're in good shape and there's the good potentials there. But I mentioned at the beginning, and Alex touched on it then, this uncertainty, which I think has diluted a little bit, but it's always been there. I think every year we make speeches about the unpredictable marketplace, but I think Romanians kind of enjoy that resilience that's in your DNA, kind of enjoys it. You don't want everything to be a perfect plateau. But there's a serious point here in terms of how companies really sort of navigate this uncertainty, given the historically fairly volatile environment that we've been in the business services industry in particular. And I said, I don't think volatile is a hard word. I think, you know, let's do the reality part of it. But What is your advice to companies in terms of that navigation? It's a great word. And, you know, how do we get from, if we're sat here and it's now, if I'm here, if Morella asks me back next year, and it's, I'm looking for a signal. Yeah, okay. And it's, let's say it's June 2026. Yeah, what do we do to continue this journey, and what's your advice? A very long question for everybody, I know. But
well, I'll try to keep a short answer because it's a lot of us and I don't want everybody to fall asleep by the end of the evening. But what I'm looking at, the reality is that uncertainty, change, challenge is here to stay, okay? If we believe at any point in time that things are going to be back, I don't know how they used to be 5 years ago, 10 years ago, they are not going there. So there is one word that actually needs to become our mantra, which is resilience. And I know that it can sound overused, but it applies to organizations as well. And when you look at resilience, you look at it from 4 big angles. You look at organizational resilience, so things like, imagine that we are in an environment, and I know that you made a reference to a couple of weeks ago, but I would like to make a reference to what the economies have gone through in terms of inflation, in terms of the new tariff war. Operational resilience is one of the areas where companies need to invest. Whether we talk about supply chain, a sustainable supply chain, whether we talk about procurement policies, whether we talk about how we organize as companies our processes to be able to be less dependent on the changes of the macroeconomic environment. Then you have commercial resilience, and I will go back to the inflation and the tariffs, right? You can't pass over to your partners all the impact that you get from a commercial perspective by the ever-changing legislation and macroeconomic environment. So companies need to invest into what commercial constructs they build in order to, on one hand, absorb some of this external impact through better productivity, for example, lower costs, implementation of new technologies which makes processes seamless, more efficient, and then how much do I pass over to my consumers? And then you have people, because within this resilience, you can't leave people behind, and you need to train your employees, your people in the company, both to cope with uncertainty. And us as humans, you were very nice to say that in Romania we deal well with uncertainty. I don't know what to say about that. I think human beings in general are very disrupted by uncertainty. We like a little bit of stability in our lives, and especially in a period where you've had change after change after change. Everybody I talk to feels the need to have a little bit of a quiet period, you know. So how do you train your people to become better at dealing with uncertainty, and how do you train them from a technology and ways of working perspective not to be left behind by the way the world is changing around us? And finally, and sorry, we are a technology company, so I need to mention technology. Technology is part of our lives, is here to stay, is growing exponentially, and it will continue to do that. So how do you, as organization, embrace technology as fast as possible, reshape the way you work, and don't leave behind something basic like security, you know? Because both companies and governments, for that matter, are significantly impacted these days by data security.
Thank you. Just on the word, we've used the word resilience quite a few times today already, I think. So what I meant by that was, I think a Romanian reaction compared with the British, for instance, who are very emotional. I always say in the business services industry, if you phone a company in the UK and tell them that your microphone's not working, it'll be like, oh my God, let me see what I can do, I'm sorry. Whereas here they say, which microphone? When did it stop working? So there's this measured way of doing things. So I think with that, I do remember when I first came to Romania, I went to a restaurant, and there was something wrong with my chicken. I think it wasn't cooked properly. And I called the waiter over and I said, my chicken's not cooked properly. And I was kind of upset and expecting this emotional reaction. And he just looked at it, he said, I'll get you another one. And it was almost like, and I got angry with it, but now I realize this is that resilience. He was saying to me, okay, nobody died, we hope. Nobody died, I'll get you another one. So that's what I mean, just to explain about that a little bit of that resilience. Catalin. I can barely see you, my friend, but I know you're there. I know you're there. In terms of staying on this leverage that Romania has geographically, how does Capgemini leverage the country's strategic location within the EU to enhance its global business services offering? Is that a key factor?
So, as a company, if you look at Romania, it's quite strategic for us as a location. Okay, I think Alex also pointed quite well some very important aspects. The fact that we have a lot of Romanians coming back, a lot of new talent. Then also the developing cities. Okay, infrastructure. Okay, we are missing also highways, airports. If I look, and the best example is Iași. Yeah? They reopened the new airport. Now, very soon we'll have a highway. That is making it also very fast to communicate. In the past, a lot of companies, they were not determined to come towards Romania because of the lack of infrastructure, not feeling safe and secure. Now, even if I look at our organization, even when I have someone coming and visiting from within the organization, even clients, they enjoy Romania a lot. They see the investments which were done. And if you look at the people, one thing which I think maybe is defining, because you're talking about resilience, I think Romanians, they are also very curious to learn, to develop themselves. And I think that it's quite a very strong part of our behavior, which is also quite visible. Okay, whenever I bring a client and they see the curiosity, they see the energy of the people, okay, that they are trying to do more, they are trying to grow, to develop, is something which always is attracting. And I think Romania has a very strong, let's say, advantage from that point of view. And still a lot of growth possible, yeah? We should not limit ourselves only to Iași, Bucharest, Cluj, and others. Of course, other cities, once the highway will be ready, they will also bring additional talent, but it's something which we will have to explore in the future.
And well, I know Andrea will be able to tell us in terms of the infrastructure, there are these wonderful maps. We just need to join those highways up and then everything will be good. But we're getting there, and it's interesting Alex mentioned about other cities like Iași, that's becoming a strong, I didn't realize their birth rate was actually going up. So that's a good sign. So we should all go to Iași. There's obviously something in the air or something in the water there. We'll come back to this in terms of what we need to do to I think strategy is about short, medium, and long-term strategy. They're very different in many ways. But I just want to change subject a little bit and come to you, Daniela. Just talk about leadership. How are Romanian leaders adapting their management style to accommodate, we say hybrid and remote work models. Give me an update of where we are on this, because we keep hearing different stories of people coming back, and we've heard it over the last 3 years. From a teleperformance point of view, what are your leaders, how are they adapting to this new world? Or is it really a new world? 12 questions in one.
You like it always challenging, so first of all, thank you to the host. Mirela, thank you for hosting this evening. I think it's really important to reunite that panel, so a round of applause please for Mirela. For you not, because you took 2 questions, but answering, I would say that the dynamics of the workforce change due to several key factors. So the diaspora was named as one of the key factors, and here to point out a very strategic direction in which we were going is to have a cultural fit with the returners, because majority of them were raised in different cultural setups. So they are Romanians at heart, but culturally they were raised in other countries. It's important to show them the beauty and the why of Romania, because their return is not always linked to a success story. Sometimes it's not a success story, and empathy here is a key role to understand the why and to not perceive it as fail, but rather as a successful journey ahead of them, to reintegrate them in our current society and the dynamics of our cultural development, because Romania developed quite a lot. If I benchmark it with 5 to 10 years ago, we were more, I would say, driven by not collaborative approach, but rather bowing to authority. And that's also how the educational system worked back then. This is also changing. Another direction very important for us is to maintain the employee well-being, not in the sense of work life and everything else, but rather in the sense of CSR and community. For the new people joining, and I would say the new hires, it's important to have a deeper meaning of their job and to identify themselves as having a contribution as partners and not only as employees to the company, but rather for the brands they work with. Because if they see the job as something from 9 to 5 where I earn some money and it's a nice transition, as they did several years ago, it's just a transition, they would rather go to the next employer because of a money difference. And our leaders try to make them feel comfortable in the environment and change the meaning of the job and accommodate their thinking. Feel Good is just one initiative where the voice of our employees is heard, and they are volunteering for those initiatives, which is from their time for the sake of their colleagues. So that's one of the deeper meanings we create inside of TPE, and where we think it's a differentiator for the employees to hear them and to give their thoughts a meaning for the community and for the environment.
Now, you said 9 till 5 then, which is a common expression, but it ain't the situation in Romania. It's 9 till 6. Just a quick question for you, Daniel. Well, you got the is that a factor? We talk about burnout and well-being and everything else, and I must admit, when I first came here, and finishing at 6 p.m. It took me a little bit of time to get used to it. I didn't have a young family, so it didn't affect me so much. But I always thought of young parents and wanting to go home and spend that time with the kids before they go to bed. And then I saw the 6, and that became 7 with some people, 8 p.m. Is that something that we should seriously? I know there's been research done in Scandinavia about. I'm tempting things here, but like not working on Fridays and all this sort of thing. Is there something in that? I just wanted to throw that one at you before I go to the next question. And be careful, because you're CEO of Teleperformance, so you might.
I need to be very compliant in answering that question. I would say that for the employee, it is crucial to understand the why. It is needed sometimes to do the extra mile. And until it's sometimes, and not as a solid case or becomes a habit, it's fine. For the management, I'm a bit, how can I say it in a nice manner, not so emotional, because I think a managerial role has the ownership. And if you don't manage yourself in a good manner, how are you supposed to manage people in a good manner? So it starts with yourself, and it's always your team is your mirror. So if you indulge yourself going to a burnout without raising a flag and saying, okay, whatever the reason is why I cannot continue with this job, or the setup, or the follow the sun, or the request, which is crazy from the clients because they want it all, they want it yesterday, and if it can be free of charge, it would be amazing. To say no, it's very, very difficult when you are a manager, because to say no is no to the employee who has a dream world, maybe no to your boss who thinks, oh, but this is not really critical to be done and you can do it and manage. So for the leadership, it's very important to know their limits, to see that they are still human, and to respect themselves. Because if they harm themselves on a very repetitive base, they will end up in a not good shape. And it's not a help for them, for the entire ecosystem, and also for their families, I would say. Because if you are in a severe burnout, it's damaging every relationship you have, and therefore I think the accountability lies within yourself. You don't have some rescuer position who will always guide you. Of course, you can rely on the people or coaches, as you are one, and it's highly appreciated, but you have to really listen, because all advice is not helping if you get out of the session and you stick to your old habit.
And I guess just distinguishing between that commitment and whatever the opposite word of commitment is, is distinct. I worked with a client last year, and I actually said to them, if I ever need to commit suicide, I'm going to stand by your door at 6 p.m. and get trampled to death, because that was it. So that was a thing of not burnout as such. It was the involvement, and that's something we're going to come on to you guys in a moment about how we, that well-being, which is a very almost overused word, but it's such a critical part of what we do. But before that, Ciprian, coming to you, from staying on the leadership, we talked about uncertainty. We also talked about this resilience. But when you're a company like Vipro, you're driving, I think is the word, transformation through that and employee engagement. How do you manage that uncertainty that's there, that's visible? I think sometimes you can walk in an office and you can sense it. But give us some advice on how you're managing that at Vipro.
Uncertainty is all around us. It's not only in Vipro, not only in our companies. Is, let's say, globally speaking, uncertainty is there. That is why the economic headwinds given by the uncertainty are provoking this of economic degrowth, let's say, in many cases, in many countries. When you look internally in one company, there are many ways you can measure things. And I'm not an HR person, unfortunately, but what I can tell, we are measuring the sentiment, let's say, the engagement of the people twice a year. And then based on those measurements, we are taking actions. Because years ago, one of the, let's say, the points raised by many employees is that the company should act more on what they see as points to be improved. So this is one
interesting.
One way of
listen to me.
Yeah, listen to me and take action. And now we are driving quite crazy the follow up on those actions plans in order to improve people morale, people engagement, people sentiment in the end, like I said, because a lot changed starting with the pandemics. Let's not forget, everything changed with the pandemics. Including ways of managing people. Our managers transformed themselves in order to manage people which were not there with them in the office. Of course, we are, all of us, part of multinationals here, and some of us, we are used to work with remote teams. But in so many cases, our managers were used to work with colleagues next to them, and then the pandemic changed all of that. So the whole mid-layer of the management had to adapt themselves to this new reality.
Did they adapt themselves, or do you have something in place to support that?
But like any companies, it's both ways. You have training programs, you have many tools at your disposal to do that.
Yeah, but I guess we're looking for those indicators. And coming to the office, Andrea. Welcome to the panel. Workspace. You've been talking about workspace since you were that tall, I think. But yeah, we talked about workspace, employee productivity, retention, etc. I heard a quote the other day from somebody who talked about I've said this before about Romanians have more more introverted than more extroverted. I think I've said to this before. They're not introverted, but Romania has a higher percentage of more introverted people. Thank God. Like the example I gave about the phone with the telephone, and somebody said that they think open space was created by extroverts for extroverts. A little bit of truth in that, I think, maybe. But Andrea, how can physical workspace influence the reality of it now through the pandemic? We're clear of that. We're moving forward. We've got a great opportunity on the horizon. But how can we influence employee productivity, retention, which is a big factor, and innovation as well? Is actually being able to for people to come up with those ideas and be part of the innovation process.
Good afternoon. First of all, thank you for the question, Colin. I'm still that tall. I didn't grow that much. Thank you. First of all, we're having a lot of privileges today. So the workspace, to complete on what the former panelists were saying, the workspace or the workplace is just a good addition and a platform, but I wouldn't be able to answer. I actually don't know what is.
Thank you.
What is the workspace going to do? Or what is the change going to be? I really don't know. I know, funny enough, as Ciprian was saying, I know that we operate with a lot of change, with a big, huge dynamic. This is for sure. So every day we operate with the change. I was actually having fun with some colleagues that I was reading a book. It's a very beautiful book. It has nothing to do with business, but a lot to do with the mindset and what we do every day. It's a series of letters wrote by Seneca to his apprentice Lucilius. They were living in different sides of the former Roman Empire. They were both studying philosophy, both philosophers. Seneca older, and Lucilius was very, very young. And the younger philosopher, both Stoics, the main question, the main thing they wanted to ask each other, and they were debating, was how to combat change, how to work with change. It's too much change. And Lucilius was actually very, very frustrated that every day before he received the answer to the letter, so before AI, long before, he was actually facing a new challenge, and he couldn't keep track on what to do and how to write to his mentor, because another change was happening. And Seneca just told him repeatedly, just forget about it. If you focus on the change, and if you focus on what's going to be tomorrow, and how to fight that, and how to respond to that, and how to prepare, which is even worse, it's basically you're forgetting today. You don't live today. And just embrace it, and get inspiration from the nature. Just follow the nature. And to me, it was like mind-blowing. It was so simple. Seasons change, the nature changes, everything in the environment changes, and workspace as well. And actually, the extroverts that were giving birth to the open space in the 80s are now killing the open space. So we are talking of such a big change of paradigm. I don't even know if we have a recipe. From month to month, we change what we talk about. So it's just like this. I think we just have to deal with the amount of variables that we have in the game. And I will give you examples later in the conversation on what is the office space and the office behavior bringing to the table. It's impressive. I really have found some good studies and recent examples from big companies. But the main conclusion I would say to this point is everything has to be like a fish in the water. So able to just quickly change the tide, ride another way. Being very agile to move from all the aspects of the office base campus to a variable point, to a satellite network if necessary, from the classic individual offices to a mix of collaborative spaces, as Daniela was mentioning. They're collaborating a lot more, which is, by the way, a consequence of the pandemics. Was not something that we provisioned or we planned for. It was a natural consequence. So the things are very rapidly evolving, and the only thing I see as working as a solution is embracing the change. How? It's super variable. Maybe for Antonio, who's doing brick and mortar, which stays there, durable, maybe he has more certainties.
He's going to give me a better answer, you mean?
Yeah, I hope so.
I'm joking. But
But
it's a good point you make, and going back to that little statistic about this, 85%, by the way, 85% of Romania is more introverted than extroverted. It's the highest percentage across Europe.
Unexpectedly high, I didn't know.
Yeah, and it comes into the office design as well, because I made the joke about my extroverts. But isn't that a point, Andrea, that if I go to your house, you've never invited me for dinner, but if I ever come to your house, I'm sure I'm going to see a very stylish place. I can picture it now, but it's going to have a warmth about it because you're probably part of this 85%, despite what people may say about you. You have that more introversion. Be steady what you're saying there, Colin. So you have a nice style. What are you talking about, Colin? You have a nice stylish house, but it'll have that warmth to it, and that's my point. It's inviting, and the fact is, so if somebody who is actually extrovert comes to your house, they're going to walk in and go, "Wow, this is beautiful. This is really nice." Whereas the opposite, if you or 85% of the room go into an extrovert's house, it'll be all cold and minimalistic, and they won't enjoy it. So it's kind of a fact there that. Isn't it we don't change our house that much, the environment within our house, unless we change house. So isn't that part of it you said about choice, but really just creating that feel rather than, don't focus too much on the design, that's important.
And on the features.
It's the feel, isn't it?
Exactly, it's the feel. And speaking of offices, the two words that I hear the most, it's like an epidemic of these two words. It's very unexpected in office design and in office consulting. It's hospitality and wellness or well-being. So it's quickly turning into the office space. It's quickly turning into becoming a hotel. The more warmth your reception inspires, the better for a future potential candidate. The bigger, the brighter the interview room, which was narrow, one-to-one, very, very oftenly squeezed behind the reception just to be operationally fast, to move them in and out very fast and so on. So it's a lot about being hospitable to the candidate, hospitable to the client, offering an experience and less, and worst of all, but this is really fantastic that is happening, we speak very rarely of the previous indicators like density, people per square meter, or how many desks we fit in such a surface, and even to the desperation of the very technical constructions that we actually promote. We don't have to talk about the net surface, gross surface, so it is what it is. We talk hours about amenities, the spa, the newest and the freshest design of world class. How many clinics do you have on the ground floor? We got to the extension that the office buildings are not only having one clinic where you can have your regular checkups done, you have clinics with specialties like a dentistry, little cosmetics, a little aesthetics clinic, radiology. So it's a lot about how people are feeling in this environment, and it's way beyond the perimeter of the office. It's also about the campus itself. So it is a big shift indeed.
Yeah. You looked at me when you said cosmetics. Is there something you want to tell me? It's quite interesting, Andrea and Antonio. We're going to come on to you in terms of the bricks and mortar, as Andrea said. But I guess I often see people about attracting people, but they have people come to reception and they interview them in one of those cold offices next to reception, instead of taking them through the building. And there's companies here and around got beautiful offices. Well, take them through the building, do the interview at the other end, so they can get that sense of people, pride, and the space, because that's the bit they tell people when they go home. Are you going to take the job or not? Antonio, in terms of the bricks and mortar from a real estate developer's perspective, what should the office development evolve to support specifically the business services industry? We've heard about hybrid working, which is happening. We've heard about organizations looking to expand geographically. There's a great talent out there. There's a common thing for me is I very rarely meet somebody in Bucharest who's from Bucharest. Who's actually from Bucharest, by the way? You're all going to put your hands up. No, not that so many. Yeah, there's more of you not from Bucharest. So from your perspective, what's the message going forward in terms of the real estate market to support this industry?
Good evening. Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here, to see you all. It's a good question. I will continue the idea started by Andrea about this volatility which we are living in today. And yeah, I think it's a constant from office perspective in these volatile times, it's location. Why I'm saying this? Because during the experience we have, in Romania we have 16 years, in Europe 35 years of development in different countries, over 1.4 million square meters of offices all around Europe. So we learned a lot, we learn continuously and we improve our projects in each country based on all the experience we gather. Why I said location? Because before pandemic we are discussing with tenants, service centers for example, and they were prepared to go for a secondary location, for a back office location for €2 difference per square meter per month. And at that moment we were explaining some to a tenant which now it's in Business Garden, coming from a northern area, we're explaining that, okay, €2, but what is translated into it? €2, you allocate 10 square meters per employee, that's 20 euro per month. This is what you save by going to a secondary location. Yes, but it's 20 euro multiplied 5 years or 7 or 10 years per square meter per total surface. It's a huge amount. I said, okay, but on the other hand, you made a calculation of the cost of motivating the employees to go 1.5 hours or even less, let's say less, 1 hour to stay in traffic and travel all around to cross all the city. So then bottom line was that we prepared a short, small Excel file and we gave it as a tool to the tenants, to the potential tenants, to calculate themselves how much is the cost to motivate the employees to higher salaries, fuel, cars, and other costs. And we had the surprise, at that moment it was very difficult to convince the tenants to move from the northern area, that they chose to go to Business Garden or Timpuri Noi. Now it's even better because tenants, they realize that with AI, of course, now we see big changes. With pandemic, we saw big changes. And tenants, if they don't have professionals, they employ professionals or they contract professionals to audit the buildings, due diligence, to see if technically they are at that level which they want, from how it is called, taxonomy perspective, because all the big companies, they will be audited, or they are already, if they are stock exchange quoted. So now we see the change. They realize that it's cheaper to pay a rent higher with 1.5, 2 euros per square meter in city center or closer to sleeping districts because of these changes. And that's why I say location is very important to offer. Also employees evolved. I was like 15 years ago or even more, I was happy to have a job. I would go anywhere for a job. Now employees evolved. They want to spend more time with the family. They calculate the time spent in traffic in a year. We have a colleague, I will not say the name or the title. She joined us not long ago, and she calculated that in over 5 years of employment in another company in the northern area, how many hours she lost from her private time.
And is she in the room?
No, she's not.
Okay.
She's not. She's not.
That means she is. Go on. And how many hours was this?
Sorry?
How many hours did you have the...
I don't recall exactly,
okay.
but
an
was
incredible
more than an hour
amount.
Way and then back, because she was living near San Plaza and she had to travel to the northern area each day, way there and back. So it's very important to take these things in consideration. And then further on, public transport close by, half hour maximum from home until office, all the amenities possible. Business Garden, for example, it was chosen, and all our properties are chosen based, first of all, of public transport. So Team Purnoi now, for example, it's 100% leased. We developed the second stage, 105,000 square meters. In one stage is the biggest projects I ever done. Business Garden was before 74,000 square meters, so now it's an even higher volume. And it's a success story. It's very tough today, but we turned the volatility into opportunity because now we become general contractor to reach, to keep the same quality, but make it more efficient from cost-wise. We build buildings that they are, we eliminated the gas burner, so we have no fossil fuels. We target over 100 points LEED Platinum, which is amazing from my perspective, because a few years ago we were speaking about small houses as being independent energetically. So now we speak about office buildings. So I think this is the main idea, location and quality of the offices and amenities around, what you can offer to your employees.
Okay, thank you. I love the way you answered that question and then threw in that nice pitch on Vastint. Well done.
I'm proud of it.
Okay, thank you. Victor, and ladies and gentlemen, we do have some expertise on the second part of it, but I'm going to bring Victor in anyway. Victor, just your thoughts on this, because I was going to say to Andrea and to Antonio about who is actually making that decision. You kind of touched on it, that it's not just the bricks and mortar square meters now. There's the emotional decision. Your experience, your perspective on this?
From our part, it's a little different. First of all, good evening, and thank you, Mirela, for our partnership. It's different because we are a National Institute for Research and Development in IT&C. It's an old entity, 55 years this year, and we are under Romanian government coordination, but in the same time we are a self-funding entity. We don't use public money. We are in a competitive market with all the company from IT, from here and from abroad, because we are working here and abroad. And it was difficult to keep good people in institute because we have a level of salary established by state. And in this market it's difficult because a lot of company using a very good package with salary and another benefits. And for us it's different because we are in this competitive market. We are very good in part of technology, but in the same time we keep all the details like a public entity. We have counting from quota de conturi, we have a lot of reports to General Secretariat of Government. We're using part of research and development in Autoritatea Națională de Cercetare. We are in the two worlds, and this has made us very good because we are in competition with private company, and in the same time we must give services in like a Romanian business services for public entity. And it's 8 years already we are for Minister of Foreign Affairs, Romanian Minister of Foreign Affairs, we are national hub to promote new technology in Middle East, Africa and Asia. We have this part of international relationship. And we start to keep in institute very young people. 70% now from people working in institute are under 30 years. I'm not the old in institute, but I mean maybe the 10 people older in institute. And we move because before was a little different, was very old people, but we moved to the young people and they have a lot of new made to life every day because they are native digital, and we must have an idea what is necessary in this area. This is, from this reason, it's difficult for us to give feedback in the same direction like my colleagues from the panel, because we are in the market, but we are not in the market. We are a state entity, but we are not all state entity. And, but we are a technology entity, and from this part of our experience, we give you feedback from young people, or very young people working or coming internship or in practice here in Institute. And yes, they want a new way to work. After pandemic was different, now it's a little better for us because we keep all the people in our office. And yes, they wanted to stay in traffic not more 30 minutes all the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, this traffic, I guess we call it progress. With the metro being built, we should be positive. We hope it's going to be much better when all that's done. Adela, I can't leave you out now, although we're tapping into your expertise in the second part. But just in your industry, I just want to continue what we were talking here about the office space in a very traditional market in accountancy. How is that evolving in terms of the demands, let's call it, of young people coming into the industry and the office space and the ability? We're going to come on to AI, of course, in the second part, but just from an emotional perspective, how are you accommodating, or how are people being accommodated?
Okay, so hello everybody, thank you for this. Now for a start, just to tell you quickly about the ACCA, which is the Global Accountancy body. This is how we like to present ourselves. We are working, or we are pretending actually to advocate for accounting for a better world. And we have 3 pillars for this, and actually it's this year that we are working on 3 pillars, and I'm going to come back to those in the next parts of the discussion today. So we're talking about talent and people and skills. Then we're talking about innovative tech, so the AI going digital and everything. And then we're talking about sustainability. Now, from an emotional perspective, from what I see dealing with my clients, from the other hat that I'm wearing, the other perspective, which is that of head of a training company, training people in finance, basically. I see that, it's actually a combination of where you have to commute to go to work, whether you have to commute every day, and it's various perspectives that they are taking into account, our accountants, our finance people, whenever they think about their employer. Now, there's something I'm going to tell you later about. Within the finance profession, one word that actually comes more and more into our mind more recently is entrepreneurship. So we don't think necessarily of companies hiring people to do to deliver various services in the finance profession. We are talking rather about companies partnering with people to deliver services in this area, okay? So it's this that has to be taken into account. Do they want to come to work every day? Where are they eager to actually travel to? I mean, how do they actually see the work proposition? So is it worth for them to go there, or would they rather have more hybrid work environment and so on? And technology definitely is something which helps in this profession, and we're going to talk about it a bit later, I guess.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you for that. We're coming to the end, towards the end. If anybody has got a question, just wave at me and I'll find you. Never ask a closed question, Colin. If anybody does have a question. Danielle, I'm just going to I'm going to come to you now, because just on this thing about now, in fact, me and Andrea were talking earlier on about the difficulty of saying no. And it is a challenge. You talked about the pressure and the work environment, all these things, and about the pressures of actually moving forward and being more entrepreneurial, as Adela says, and all these combination of things. Just going back to the leadership thing, just quickly before we finish, ethics and transparency. How has that changed? I will take a drink of water. How is that evolving, and what's your advice for people about this? Because it is becoming a very delicate workplace, I think it's fair to say. Daniela.
It's actually a trap question, and I will tell you why. Because in a leading role for a huge company, so we are talking about 4K plus people, the perception about ethics is very different, because if you go to the core employee who does the main job, their perception about the ethics would be, well, we should know everything sometimes. When you go in the higher rank management, they think that they know a part. They would be fine about not knowing everything, because knowing everything comes with an ownership they are not very keen of taking. And then you go into the C-level, who know everything actually, who need to take the decision, and who need the others to execute them, giving them, let's say, a percentage of what they know. And if you ask me, is it ethical to keep a part of the message for yourself? For sure it is. Because the nights where CEO is probably not so well sleeping compared to the nights the regular employee should sleep without any worry is part of the title. And who has not had those nights, well, very questionable about how he or she perceives himself as leader. And sharing too much is sometimes also very dangerous, because people tend to panic. And when they panic, they do decisions in a rush, at, I would say, hot blood. When you do decisions with hot blood, you usually do not take into consideration all the analytical things, but rather the emotional things. And the balance between sharing, not oversharing, being ethical of what's the future. I will give you one example of ours, because we are an outsourcing company and partner. There is a usual life cycle of seasonality, and you have huge projects who aggressively scale and then they scale down. What we decided to do is to give determined period contracts as a promise for performance to be rewarded, but on the other hand, not putting an undetermined contract where you know that probably after the peak season you will not be able to keep all the people. And that makes it way more ethical than it was some years ago, where you needed to give undetermined period contracts because otherwise you couldn't hire. So people understand that it's a chance, it's a transition, and if they perform, the reward will come probably with the new project, or if there is a short break between the projects, you will have the chance to be rehired. And I think that's one of the examples which I would like to share with the audience, where I think we go the extra mile in being ethical and giving a horizon of real time.
So there is, it's a real true leadership role, isn't it? It's protecting people, protecting your people, but showing that leadership as well, and keeping the transparency to a good level. But there are those those things we need people to focus a little bit more. Raluca, I'm going to come to you very, very quickly, because I saw you nodding at what Daniela was saying there. You're working, and we're actually I didn't think we'd actually mention it, but I'm going to mention the T word, Donald Trump, because you work for an American company, and I'm sure, in terms of going back, in terms of the well-being and everything else, and we're going to get onto diversity a little bit, I think, in the second part. But I think that's a challenge for you with that. I won't say what word I'd like to use before the statement, but that statement that gentleman made cascaded right through American organizations to Romania. that's not the question. It's really about the influences you have as a part of a global organization, like one or two on the how do you, as a leader, how do you protect people from the influences that are different? You know, Romania is a very different country locally, but certainly internationally as well. How do you protect?
Well, you know, I'm a firm believer in doing the right thing. If you do the right thing, the results will follow. We talked a bit about ethics. Ethics means being true to your DNA. And regardless of what is happening in politics and external influences, part of who you are will remain the same. You mentioned the IND. Yeah, it's impacting organizations all over the world in the work with the federal government, for example. On the other hand, if I look at Romania level, we continue to do the work that we've always been doing in terms of IND, whether we talk about initiatives supporting people with disabilities or and integrating them in the workplace, or we talk about offering equal opportunity to everybody. It goes back to a code of business ethics of how you treat your partners, your employees, and everybody else. And part of being a sustainable company is having these business ethics and staying true to the values regardless of what is happening around you. And I want to make a reference to something because I've been listening to how do you train, upskill, and support your employees through all this process, the change, the uncertainty, and the infamous already resilience needed. And I won't talk about technical upskilling, whether it means technology or any other technical upskilling, but I want to talk about the feeling. How do you build in your company a feeling of being safe? Because I think all of us in this panel, we've gone through periods where we did not know how to manage our work-life balance. We've been through burnouts and all kinds of crazy stuff. It's part of the growing up process, I guess. But how do you manage to build the psychological safety within the organization so I can recognize that there is a problem and I have a support system and I'm able to talk to somebody about it without the fear of being judged, but rather saying what are my boundaries and making sure through that the organization understands and respects them. So psychological safety is actually something that we need to continue to build upon as organizations, because everything else, all the madness in the world, as I said, is here to stay.
I think I just wrote down the word trust. I think there's a lot of trust. I was also thinking of you describing parenting as well, without being patronizing to teams. Parenting is about consistency, about values, about trust, and about safety, and all of those things. And this is about leadership, I think, isn't it, in many ways?
It's about leadership as well, because while we have been focusing for a very long time on technical expertise of being a leader, okay, how to manage teams, how to manage contracts and clients and negotiation and so on, actually those traits which come in handy today and in which we all need to invest are empathy, because in the world we live in, empathy is one of those qualities that we need to have as leaders. And second, effective and straightforward, transparent communication, you know? Because, yeah, you don't say everything, but it's about showing respect for the people around you and treating them with empathy.
Okay, thank you. It's almost gone full circle for when I was younger. Not that long ago, but when I was younger, you know, those were the values, those were the common factors and then technology kind of blurred it a little bit, but it feels like it's coming back a little bit, which is a nice gooey, cuddly feeling. I assume, boss, that I move straight on to the second part. Yes, just that's all she has to do. Mirella can say a whole paragraph just with one body movement. It's incredible. Thank you. Thank you. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Okay, so moving on to the second part, and again, you know, if you do have any questions, please raise your hand. I'll read this. The world of work has experienced significant transformation in recent years, and 2025 is poised to bring even more change as both employees and employers gear up for the coming year. Business leaders are forecasting key workplace trends. This year, AI literacy remains at the forefront of workplace predictions, and I know we've heard this so many times, but I think it's already, and it has been for a while, a very significant part and a game changer, I think, in many ways for many industries. The new tech workspace brings automation and efficiency, with AI streamlining repetitive mundane tasks such as data entry, scheduling, scheduling, I think the English say, not scheduling, and basic customer service and enhanced productivity. With employees can focus on more creative and strategic work while AI handles routine tasks. Sounds easy. Sounds easy. Let's find out. Philippe, you're leaning forward there, so I'm going to come to you. Come to you, because I don't want you to fall off that chair. So I'm going to come to you first, if I may. You've obviously, you're like me. You've come into this country and you've experienced things already. I think you've been here for couple of years?
Four years.
Wow, how time flies. So in terms of the local tech-savvy workforce and expanding IT infrastructure, positioning the country as a competitive hub for business process outsourcing, how is that evolving now? Are we really, because it is very competitive, somebody's already touched on in terms of costs, you know, costs are starting to rise, etc. There's a lot of challenges. Some offices are charging lots for square meters, but not yours. Yes, that's my at 10% I want. But how is it evolving to keep that tax-savvy evolution going?
Yeah. But actually, the cost is an interesting thing. As I mentioned at the beginning, if we go upward in terms of complexity of roles. Actually, because we have a big center in India and this one, if you take, let's say, kind of a high-end walls, their cost is converging. So it becomes something non-really differentiating or less differentiating India to Romania, for example, in terms of cost, which is new, relatively new. For high-end roles, like a data scientist, for example. Yeah. And for the rest, I mean, what we're trying to do, I mean, it's to, we do a number of things. So if we take AI, which is probably the biggest disruption, biggest disruption, we have embarked on AI projects since multiple years, actually. Technology is evolving, but it was already there. We noticeably on KYC, for example, which is classic for a bank. We are using AI since, or at least machine part of AI, previous technology for this since a while. And as it goes, we do a couple of things internally to prepare this shift. It's to both try to develop through systematic learning, for example, an awareness and a basic knowledge for all employees. Second, we do a few targeted things, but actually not to a crazy extent. And I finish by the third one with, and we do invest massively on some very specific projects. Because, and I've myself experienced this with the usage of data analytics tools in the past. We try to teach a full department, a full division, on data analytics. But if you don't really use it, the efficiency of the training is very low. So we're trying to avoid a similar mistake at the group level, to yes, invest something for everybody, but then invest when there is actually a little project, and invest a lot on very big project in that field. And the investment can be money, technology, people. We have created, for example, an AI company within the company, with part in India, part in France. So it's a teaching with this different, I would say, level of depth to be efficient.
Okay. Thank you. Catalina, I'm going to come to you, my friend, right at the end there. I'm going to come down and give you a hug at the end of this, actually, because we're very distant there. But just on this AI subject, I guess it's where are we, and do we know where we are? Do we know where the end point is? Do we know the point when we finish investing in AI, that we've got the optimum model for our organization? Where are you at Capgemini in terms of your operations and what do you foresee going over the next 2 or 3 years? Have you got what you need now, or do you need to change, or what's the situation for you?
So I think first of all it's a developing model. Okay, it's still learning. We are still learning how it works. You see a lot of new releases, a lot of new companies, a lot of new players coming to the market with new tools. So as a company, I think we are still learning a lot. We try to prepare as much as possible, okay, by having also trainings, at least for all of our employees, mandatory, at least to understand what it is and how to use it ethically. Yeah, because also you have a lot of open source AI, which also can do a lot of harm and damage. And sometimes also our employees, they have to understand that they have to use a control environment, okay, and use it in the proper sense for what it was actually built. And as a company, we think that it is the future, okay, we can't avoid it, okay, it's everywhere. It's an evolution of our society, of mankind, of the workplaces, okay? And we have to adapt, okay, as a company, and we need to invest as much as possible. We are trying also to identify the places, and I think Philip rightly mentioned that there would be places where it brings value, there would be places where it is not, and as a company we are trying to understand what are the different models and what benefits it's bringing. At the end of the day, we need to understand that also it has a power consumption behind. Okay, it's not coming for free, okay, so we have to be also sustainable, but also do it in a proper manner.
Alex, I can read your body language here. You've got something to say. I can tell. But Alex, on this, it's about resource as well, isn't it? You know, you have a journey, you have a strategy. This is where we want to be in 3 years' time with AI, but it involves cost, of course. But it involves resource. Are the resources there? You know, it's interesting when I'm in the UK. I think there's 1.3 Romanians living in the UK.
Million.
And I want to say to them, come on back. I love it, and they keep repeating what I say. I love Romania. You love Romania. Yeah, I love the place. You love the place. Stop repeating what I'm saying. Come back. On the resource thing, is that going to be a challenge going forward? Not just for your organisation and the other organisations, but to keep Romania where it is and moving forward in this business services industry.
I think you very ably asked me 4 questions into one.
I do that every time.
I do that a lot, yes. Look, so a couple of parts to the answer. One is impact on the work, impact on the industry, impact on Romania, and the environment. I was listening to Satya Nadella the other week, and he was saying that last 4 years, the change cycles which they're chasing in Microsoft have switched from 18 months to 6. So they're following a 6-month cycle. Capital markets and investors are expecting miracles from CEOs every 90 days. So you can only imagine what happens when technology catches up.
This is a panel, not a therapy session, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. But I think a couple of considerations. AI is probably the biggest revolution in terms of social impact since the printed press. I don't think it's overhyped. I think it's underhyped, and evidently it's coming. If I'm to be a little bit provocative, maybe 60–70% of the work that goes on in the industry today can be automated or eliminated by agentic AI, generative AI, and such. And having the resources and the tech-savvy individuals to enable that is actually the opportunity. I think the window of opportunity is, however, that it's not going to happen overnight. And if you're asking me of a horizon, I can't give you a horizon, but it's probably not next year or in 2 years, because there's a couple of challenges and which a lot of companies face. Number one, it's data. As you try to scale some of these models, data becomes unstructured, data becomes from multiple sources, it's unclean, so clean data is absolutely critical. The second large problem is process and process expertise. You have to actually build the right process for this to actually scale and yield the right impact. The third one becomes change management. We've seen thousands of generative AI projects which work, but they have a low ability to scale because the organization is not prepared to make the change. Now you put all of that together and you have a skilling and reskilling opportunity, not to say mission. So the way this will scale and the acceleration of it is these 4 line items coming together. But the change is imminent, and it's a question of when rather than an if. Now, what does that mean for us at Genpact? I mean, over the last 4 years, I haven't seen a solution that doesn't lead with advanced technology first. But I think for the industry as a whole, we have to take into consideration that value propositions like cost, language, proximity, nearshore, offshore, those will be taken care of by technology. So then there is a consideration right now where the setup can't be a delivery setup for transactions, and I like what Philippe said, but it has to actually yield a couple of very tangible business outcomes. And we hear that a lot, but let me double click on them, right? Because everybody says outcomes. What does it mean? Well, it means your center needs to be an innovation center and seen as an innovation center in the company. It means that you develop intellectual property that yields a result. It means that you have a say when platforms, systems, or ERPs are being chosen. And it means that combined aggregation of that puts you at the seat of the table and at the forefront of innovation is how you do that. Now, you will not, and we will not, and the industry will not do that with processing transactions. Hence, you need to have a very deep technology upskill, and you need to do that constantly. The world will look very different in 10 years' time, and I don't think the industry will drop. I think the number of people working in the industry will probably go down unless there is a vast acceleration on the value chain.
Okay, well, I guess with the reducing birth rate, apart from Yash, only Yash is going to suffer because of that. Are you suggesting that this time next year I won't be hosting this? It'll be AI will be taking over? Don't you dare nod your head. I'm watching you. Victor, I know you have to leave us shortly, so I just want to ask you. We sort of talked about AI from a research perspective. What's coming next and innovation. What are the common trends that are coming through specifically for the business service industry that we can look forward to maybe being better, but being new over the next year or two?
Yes, AI is a game changer. It's okay, but it's now a game changer because the price for technology become using in part of commercial. And for application, we develop application for public entity, in part using AI. We are part in a European consortium together with Barcelona Supercomputer, with Portugal and with Turkey. It's one of 7 AI factory, starting the project last month. And now we create a new consortium to go together and create an infrastructure in AI in Romania, a giga AI factory. And if I tell like a researcher, yes, we can use AI everywhere, but I think it's not a good idea to put AI everywhere. We put the AI in part of our application because we're using now AI, give like a scenario in part of social, in part of national security. Was a meeting last week in Estonia, and there was some company presents some model of AI using in battlefield, and they have in real time results from Ukraine war. It was very interesting, but if you give like an AI ability to choose a target, you don't have a button, a red button to stop if it's something like this. But using in part of public administration, because we develop in this area. Using AI give a good quality for people working to public administration, because become easy, become predictable, and become easy for public administration too, to make this. Now, in our institute, we're using AI in part of for national security and for cryptography. We have our application developed in-house, Scanix. It's an application using a very important part of AI. It's a scanning of ID documents and recognize, translate, and validate documents, ID documents from 190 country, but in the same time can give you an approach if the person presents this ID, it's the same with the photo or no. And the results in 98–99% it's real. Are a lot of new part using technology. We discussed using AI in part of medicine, starting with discussion long time ago with IBM with Watson, make a diagnosis in part of oncology. But now you can use AI, and I think the next step is using in imagistic diagnosis. But this is just the first step. Okay. We have a lot in front.
Andrea, I'm going to ambush you on this one as well, and Antonio can come on to this. In terms of, I guess, in the real estate market, for instance, AI, from the sales perspective, we talk about AI quite a lot in terms of improving processes. I nearly said processes then. Forgive me. Processes, improving process efficiency and everything else. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Give him a round of applause. He's leaving the building. Oh no, I've got another question for you. But Andrea, sales, and I'll come to the others on this. Ciprian, you jumped up when I said sales then. I guess it's actually, that's one area we don't really sort of talk about. This morning I was asked to attend a demonstration of an AI sales training platform. And Cristi Popescu, you're going to be part of this at COS, so they asked me to I actually had to be the COS salesperson. I did a bloody good job, I can tell you. I got a level 3 on there, but it was sales training on. But in sales in particular, in the real estate market, you're using AI now in terms of differentiation and everything else. But from a sales, because you're a classic sales professional, for AI in the sales, that's a big thing we don't talk about too much, isn't it?
In sales.
In sales, nothing else.
I wish we talked more. I heard there's a tool, there's a little brain that actually collecting data. If you allow them access to your phone, to your contacts, they're collecting data from your notes, prospective clients or ideas or prospective places you want to visit, you want to know. And it's linking everything to the social networks that can actually provide you the context for those prospects. And then they land you the meeting. So I really want to know if there is this tool, because I understand Christian, if Christian knows it or someone knows this tool, I really want to know it better. In real estate, it's like, speaking of the therapy panel and psychology, it's like we're a child in a box of chocolate when we speak of the AI, because it's bringing on one thing the surprise element. On one hand, you don't know what to expect and everybody is fearing it. There is a little degree of panic in it, and on the other hand, there's a lot of enthusiasm. There's a lot of positives that we anticipate for it coming, especially with the links of the buildings in the IoT world. So we live in the world where the internet connects everything, and there are all these devices in the buildings that are actually being helped or being enhanced by the AI. And we have a lot of talks and some tendencies that we see in the buildings, so in the real estate platforms. Just to give you a little bit of an idea of what's happening with the trends that we foresee. Indeed, as Alex was saying, there's a lot of data and there's a lot of data collection happening. The buildings are helping it. And how does that start? Where does it start? It starts with sensors. And this is the thing that I can nail, and I can actually say that it's tangible. It's happening in the last 6 months, 1 year. Buildings are being populated with sensors that we never had before, that are replacing people's input, so we don't have to touch on tactile surfaces or on displays. We basically just have sensors or counters that do through infrared, or the features that they have, they just are actively based on motion or triggered by the heat of the human body. And these sensors notify our presence in the building and they monitor it. So this is how we got to, for instance, features in buildings counting people and knowing or predicting what area is going to be used, what meeting area or meeting room is less occupied. And for instance, occupancy, which was a very, very hot topic, it's slowly starting to be addressed. So this idea of having the sensors so much part of the building, which was completely, let's say, high-tech, was rare, was a very science fiction topic 2-3 years back. Now it's happening.
Thank you. Great answer. See, thank you. Adela, I'm going to come to you. Then I want to sort of change subject for the second part of the dramatically change subject for the second part. But Adela, from a traditional accounting perspective, that's one of the areas. And I'm also curious in terms of young people coming through university. And I think I said on one panel a few years ago, imagine I'm your 16-year-old son, which is a horrible thought, I know, but you say you want me to go into accounting, and I say, well, what's the point? Because it's all going to be AI. So 2 questions there, only two questions there in terms of the accounting industry that ACCA are experiencing and navigating, but also from an education perspective. How is AI affecting input into universities now in this traditional industry? That was 2 questions, I think, wasn't it? Yeah.
Okay.
More or less.
Now, actually, I'm experiencing worse than having you as my 16-year-old boy. I have a 15-year-old teenager. Soon to sit the national evaluation exam, whatever that's called in English, I don't know. So it's even worse, trust me. With my 12-year-old boy, it's much better still. So okay. Now, from an ACCA perspective, I know we are not in a therapy room, but actually what we had to do back in September last year, we came up with the results of one of our research studies. So we have like quite a big and important division. It's called Policy and Insights, and we're doing lots of research there. And September 2024, we came with the results of our study named, and I need my glasses for this, the Smart Alliance Accounting Expertise Meets Machine Intelligence, where basically the conclusion of the research was that, our dear finance professionals, don't panic, our dearest accountants, AI is here and is here to stay, and we have to embrace this. But don't panic, you are not disappearing. So we're going to have Colin next year as well, moderating our panels as well.
Does that make them feel better when you say that?
Okay. So there are functions that will not be replaced, but for those that can actually be replaced, we are going to try to make very good use of AI and the technology and everything. So this was the part where we had to come out and say everybody, because we are the global accountancy body, because we have like more than 250,000 members and more than 500,000 aspiring members studying for our exams. So we had to tell everybody, just stay cool. Let's see what's coming up next, and let's, adapt to everything coming up, because there's going to be plenty of work still for us here. And I think it's like more than 12 years ago, I was talking about this at an IBM forum, where everybody was panicking that the accountants will disappear and we are like dinosaurs. No, we are still here, and finance people, we still have a lot of work to do. So, this is one thing. Then going to the education part, because, okay, I'm also, heading a training company. We are backed up by a big private university, and that is University of Nicosia. Our CEO came out like 1.5 years ago with a message for us. They gave us basically an excellent tool integrating AI, and they told us, we have AI here, we have this huge investment, and we're gonna want you to make good use of it, because it was already a sunk cost, so the investment had already been done. We want you to use AI in everything you can as lecturers. So from my role of lecturer as well, I'm using AI to draft lecture plans, to basically divide the courses that I have to deliver, so as to have the right balance of information, to have the right balance of tests, mock exams, whatever. And most of these are actually at the click of a button. And funny thing is that, linking everything back to the workspace, in Romania, we used to have bigger offices, because most of the training that we were doing was, face-to-face, having people coming to classes, physical classrooms and so on. Now we are not doing that anymore, so we moved to, we shrinked our workspace, we moved to another building, being closer to public transportation, better area and so on, because people would still want to come to our training premises from time to time. And I had to clean up the old space. And of course, even though I'm not fond of keeping, piles of papers and so on, I accidentally bumped into older lecture plans and communication with students that I used to have and so on. And I had to destroy several box files after crying and being emotional, and realizing how much things have changed, not over the last 15 years since I've been involved in training, but over the last 5 years. And how we are approaching things differently from this point of view. And now just to sum up, because I think Colin will tell me, it's high time that you stop talking. I want to tell you about Global Talent Trends, which is a study which has become tradition, like Mirela's events. Mirela is launching an event, and then 2, 3 years, 5 years later, we see that it's a tradition. We have this Global Talent Trends. It's the 3rd year we're running this study. And we are involving more than 100,000 people, employer representatives, employees, students, ACCA members, and so on. And just to tell you about 2 global themes that came up this year. The study is like, it's been published less than a month ago. It's public, you can find it on ACCA Global. So the first thing I was mentioning a bit earlier, 52% of our respondents see accountancy as a springboard to running their own businesses. And this is the entrepreneurship component. And relating to AI and digital, half of respondents are concerned they're not developing the skills required for the future workplace, and fewer than a third say their organization is providing opportunities to learn AI-related skills. So basically, we should know what we want them to learn because they're eager to learn.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to switch subjects very quickly because I'm looking at my watch. We're running out of time here, but I think with AI, maybe that acronym is, we mentioned about concerns and people are unsure about it. Maybe that now it's time to cascade it into what it is and give it a different label rather than just a generic AI, I think is what I'm experiencing myself here with my old brain. Another acronym, of course, is ESG. Daniela, don't look at me like that. I'm going to ask you a question. Daniela, question for you. How is Teleperformance integrating sustainability into its strategy and daily operations, and where do you see the opportunities? And the second part of it, how do you balance? Because I think with AI, finally on that subject, the investment in AI is kind of clear. People say, okay, if I invest in AI, within a short period of time, my return on investment is going to be there and I'm going to go forward. Okay, let's invest. So if you're a CEO, it's a more comfortable decision. As a CEO, you have people knocking on your door and saying, what is our ESG? We need to do this, need to do that. So how are you integrating that into your strategy? And how do you balance that short-term financial objectives with long-term sustainability commitments, I guess?
So three questions. Three questions, balancing it. I would say that we try to combine the power of AI to generate added value in the cycle of the human work. And we say that we have the artificial intelligence helping to enhance the emotional intelligence of the people handling the chain. And here it is a balancing of investing where it makes sense without doing the harm of cybersecurity breach. Accidentally, I'm also a bachelor in IT engineering, so my let's say core study was regarding cybersecurity, and I think it's still a hot subject for this area in regards to the protocols. When cloud was launched, I was working still in the IT industry, and it was the hype. Like everyone wanted cloud, but no one knew how to deal with it and what it comes with as a package. And it was always, cloud will replace everything. Well, it didn't. It replaced a part of hardware solutions, but it balanced out the cost versus the risks. And as a CEO, when I'm asked, okay, how much efficiency can I gain of putting AI and replacing the humans, I would say for sure you can, depending on what type of work and what type of learning you expect. If we look only at the cost, it can be very cost efficient. If we look at the midterm return on invest, it could also damage some parts of the value chain of how you are perceived as a brand. And when you are going back to real estate, you ask the questions of sales and how we see sales. I think that this part of the chain will always remain with the human touch. Because, let's be honest, who wants to buy an end-to-end chain from a machine nowadays? We are not yet there. Maybe we'll be in, whatever, as Alexandru said, years, but now no one would buy from the machine. If you test the agents calling out for sales and lead generations, Usually the people just close the phone without any reactions. We had pilots testing that. So it is learning the machine, doing the basic work, and enhancing the skill set and the level of the human touch. And yes, it grows efficiency. We have the global team doing AI projects with 20 to 30%, but in the blend, not AI standalone. And that's the trusted concept where I would advise the partners to go for. We had a huge client in banking who decided to go overnight with AI. AI generated a lot of queues unmanaged and did a lot of damage in their ecosystem overnight. And we tried to persuade them not to do it aggressively but gradually. They still decided on doing so, and they ended up in huge losses on their P&L because a lot of customers were scared and jumped off the boat saying, no, we don't want to go there. Like, I don't want to talk only to a machine. And here is the art of balancing it out and seeing midterm goals, and then to go with a long-term strategy, taking into consideration also the retention of your talent and the upskill of your talent. Not to lose precious people, because, as Adela said, the AI will replace the jobs. No, it won't. It would make them more valuable.
Like great advice, and not to forget that why we buy products, why we go to our favorite restaurant, why we go to our favorite pub, I'll say as an Englishman, or our clothes shop or whatever. It's that je ne sais quoi. Sorry, Philip, my pronunciation of that. But it's that feeling, isn't it? It's that experience. So, Ciprian, you were.
Yes, on the points mentioned by Daniela and many of other points mentioned by Alex, maybe Philip, I would go back to the first part of our discussion and link it with the second part, because let's remember, we are a business services community here in Romania. We are, as of now, or we were last year, the 5th largest contributor to the GDP of Romania. We are the 2nd preferred outsourcing destination. When I say outsourcing, it's being captive or outsourced destination in Europe. So we have based on the competitive advantages mentioned by Alex, cost, skills, proximity, and so on and so forth. But there are, in my opinion, and listening to what our colleagues here said, in my opinion, there are a few things which we can do to at least stay here in the places I mentioned, if not growing. So one thing is linked to AI. Everybody in our industry, all our colleagues or our employees should be familiarized with AI solution of their company, AI solution on the market, and so on and so forth. Get used to it. Make AI your friend. Otherwise, like Alex said, it will not be okay. So this is one thing, and I strongly believe in the fact that AI indeed is here to help us a lot. And the second thing which we can do, is just my opinion, is push, as companies in this industry, push as much as we can every day to higher and higher value-added services. So move away from the transactional services, the easiest one, and go higher up in the value chain of the services we can deliver to our customers, be it again internal or external customers.
Okay, so it's like in Daniela's words, keeping that everything customer-centric is key, and it's kind of a thing just to make yourself more efficient and everything else. We're coming to the last few minutes. Oh, Alex,
one final addition?
Last few minutes, which Alex is going to take 4 of them.
I'm just going to take 30
1 minute
seconds
left at the end of it.
Yeah, I'm just going to take 30 seconds. I just want to make sure that I've not, been understood as the harbinger of doom. AI very much will work with humans in the loop. And I think the opportunity that we have today, especially as we moved into a more mature state, we have a really good, the grounding of what the industry is. But our opportunity is now to advance on the value chain. And that is the technology, and that is the proficiency in enabling technology. which I see as the very, very big opportunity for us. My point is, if we miss that train, we're in trouble. But we're in a good spot. And to Dan's point, everyone should be at least AI literate, if not AI proficient in our industry. And then good things will start to happen.
I can spell AI. So
Let's start.
it's a start. It's a start. Okay, I'll ask if anybody has got any questions or a point or an experience they'd like to that means I'm going to ask Mirella to. If you could just say who you are, which company, and then question, please.
My name is Jonu Garg, and I'm from Capgemini, and I have a question related to AI. So, do you see technology or the AI, we spoke about technology a lot, as a byproduct of human business, because we are in the human business, or you see technology is driving us or shaping us to how we deal with people? This question is for Alex from Gen.
So if I, just to repeat the question, do we see technology as a
byproduct of human business, or you think the technology is leading us how to deal with business, deal with people?
No, not yet. Not yet for sure. Look, there's a couple of things happening right now in the world of technology. If you pay attention, most of the large providers of either software or ERP, they widen their product range. And they widen their product range because they want to be the one provider for everything, and that aggregation will probably help efficiencies and deployments of technology further. CIOs are now very, very attentive on what they choose, because it's a lot of mushrooming of various technologies. AI is very commoditized and agentic and all of that. So now they're really picky on what they choose. So technology is leading with some behaviors, but technology itself will not yield the results. And I actually very much agree with what Daniela has said. The human in the loop will make it successful. The ethical implementation of that is a very important element, especially when you talk about agentic implementation and what are the decision process behind that. Then there's a whole framework which is now in nascent stages on guardrails for that ethical implementation and what that looks like. So by all means, it's very, very much human-driven. It will become human-driven. And my firm belief is that it will help humans do actually better, cooler stuff, while it will take care of the really transactional ones.
Thank you, Alex. That brings us to. Can you ask him at the bar?
One more
okay, very quickly. But
And that's to Daniela from Teleperformance. What advice do you have for new joiners or the newcomers in the industry who wants to be on the other side of the table, like where you're sitting, very fast?
Be strong, trust yourself, and never give up.
wow, Daniela, drop the mic. Drop the mic. Thank you so much to our panel. That's the hardest job when you've got 10 people and one of them is actually about 20 meters officially away from you. But thank you so much for that. Daniela, Raluca, Catalin, Ciprian, Philippe, Adela, Antonio, Alex, Andrea, and Victor, who's left us. He hasn't died, he's just left us. No, I wish I hadn't said that now. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. A round of applause for our panel. So I think now, Mirella, we're going to take a break and then a break and then at 7. Okay.
Our future starts now. Together, we are stronger. We are a collective of more than 1,000 consultants, engineers, business and technology experts based in Bucharest, Iași, Cluj, and Brasov. We leverage the power and expertise of our teams and our ecosystem of leading tech partners, driving us to constantly innovate. We unlock the value of technology to help our clients, people, society get the future they want. Ready?
Vision, curiosity, and courage. It started with 20 people in one country. Today, GenPat has over 100,000 people across 35 countries, changing how companies run, innovating at speed, building advanced technology, creating value for all. Because when change is in your DNA, when good enough is never good enough, the impossible becomes possible, and tomorrow becomes today. Tomorrow, now showing.
We are evolving. Because standing still is never an option. Evolution isn't just about change, it's about purpose. A new era demands a new identity. Simpler, sharper, more connected. Teleperformance becomes TP. An evolution that began in 2018. A name that reflects who we've always been, where tech and touch power partnerships. Where transformation drives performance, where thought fuels passion. With each innovation, we help our clients build personalized systems to harness all intelligence, temper it, perfect it, so you can adapt, advance, and stay ahead. That's evolving with tenacity and purpose. That's TP. Never underestimate the value of being there.
The space, the climate, the leadership, and the entire ecosystem allowed me to find and discover more and more potential, which I never knew I had.
Besides the fact that it's such a green, modern, amazing place, it's literally a pleasure to be physically in the office. But I'm also enjoying a lot the interaction that I have with the teams, the bonding opportunities, the people that I have the chance to meet, to socialize, to exchange ideas, and to see actually the projects growing from this encounter.
We don't come in the office to work from the office, to be in calls from the office, but we come here to meet our colleagues, to interact with our colleagues, and be part of the great events that are happening here.
No idea is pushed back. Everyone is keen to listen in what you have to contribute, and that gives me immense amount of pleasure and keeps me excited to walk into offices every day and contribute towards my development and the growth for the organization.
Our future starts now. Together, we are stronger. We are a collective of more than 1,000 consultants, engineers, business and technology experts based in Bucharest, Iași, Cluj, and Brasov. We leverage the power and expertise of our teams and our ecosystem of leading tech partners, driving us to constantly innovate. We unlock the value of technology to help our clients, people, society get the future they want. Ready?
Vision, curiosity, and courage. It started with 20 people in one country. Today, Genpact has over 100,000 people across 35 countries, changing how companies run, innovating at speed, building advanced technology, creating value for all. Because when change is in your DNA, when good enough is never good enough, the impossible becomes possible, and tomorrow becomes today. Tomorrow, now showing.
We are evolving. Because standing still is never an option. Evolution isn't just about change, it's about purpose. A new era demands a new identity. Simpler, sharper, more connected. Teleperformance becomes TP. An evolution that began in 2018. A name that reflects who we've always been, where tech and touch power partnerships. Where transformation drives performance, where thought fuels passion. With each innovation, we help our clients build personalized systems to harness all intelligence, temper it, perfect it, so you can adapt, advance, and stay ahead. That's evolving with tenacity and purpose. That's TP. Never underestimate the value of being there.
The space, the climate, the leadership, and the entire ecosystem allowed me to find and discover more and more potential, which I never knew I had.
Besides the fact that it's such a green, modern, amazing place, it's literally a pleasure to be physically in the office. But I'm also enjoying a lot the interaction that I have with the teams, the bonding opportunities, the people that I have the chance to meet, to socialize, to exchange ideas, and to see actually the projects growing from this encounter.
We don't come in the office to work from the office, to be in calls from the office, but we come here to meet our colleagues, to interact with our colleagues, and be part of the great events that are happening here.
No idea is pushed back. Everyone is keen to listen in what you have to contribute, and that gives me immense amount of pleasure and keeps me excited to walk into offices every day and contribute towards my development and the growth for the organization.
Our future starts now. Together, we are stronger. We are a collective of more than 1,000 consultants, engineers, business and technology experts based in Bucharest, Iași, Cluj, and Brasov. We leverage the power and expertise of our teams and our ecosystem of leading tech partners, driving us to constantly innovate. We unlock the value of technology to help our clients, people, society get the future they want. Ready?
Vision, curiosity, and courage. It started with 20 people in one country. Today, Genpat has over 100,000 people across 35 countries, changing how companies run, innovating at speed, building advanced technology, creating value for all. Because when change is in your DNA, when good enough is never good enough, the impossible becomes possible, and tomorrow becomes today. Tomorrow, now showing.
We are evolving. Because standing still is never an option. Evolution isn't just about change, it's about purpose. A new era demands a new identity. Simpler, sharper, more connected. Teleperformance becomes TP. An evolution that began in 2018. A name that reflects who we've always been, where tech and touch power partnerships. Where transformation drives performance, where thought fuels passion. With each innovation, we help our clients build personalized systems to harness all intelligence, temper it, perfect it, so you can adapt, advance, and stay ahead. That's evolving with tenacity and purpose. That's TP. Never underestimate the value of being there.
The space, the climate, the leadership, and the entire ecosystem allowed me to find and discover more and more potential, which I never knew I had.
besides the fact that it's such a green, modern, amazing place, it's literally a pleasure to be physically in the office. But I'm also enjoying a lot the interaction that I have with the teams, the bonding opportunities, the people that I have the chance to meet, to socialize, to exchange ideas, and to see actually the projects growing from this encounter.
We don't come in the office to work from the office, to be in calls from the office, but we come here to meet our colleagues, to interact with our colleagues, and be part of the great events that are happening here.
No idea is pushed back. Everyone is keen to listen in what you have to contribute, and that gives me immense amount of pleasure and keeps me excited to walk into offices every day and contribute towards my development and the growth for the organization.
Our future starts now. Together, we are stronger. We are a collective of more than 1,000 consultants, engineers, business and technology experts based in Bucharest, Iași, Cluj, and Brasov. We leverage the power and expertise of our teams and our ecosystem of leading tech partners, driving us to constantly innovate. We unlock the value of technology to help our clients, people, society get the future they want. Ready?
Vision, curiosity, and courage. It started with 20 people in one country. Today, Genpact has over 100,000 people across 35 countries, changing how companies run, innovating at speed, building advanced technology, creating value for all. Because when change is in your DNA, when good enough is never good enough, the impossible becomes possible, and tomorrow becomes today. Tomorrow, now showing.
We are evolving. Because standing still is never an option. Evolution isn't just about change, it's about purpose. A new era demands a new identity. Simpler, sharper, more connected. Teleperformance becomes TP. An evolution that began in 2018. A name that reflects who we've always been, where tech and touch power partnerships. Where transformation drives performance, where thought fuels passion. With each innovation, we help our clients build personalized systems to harness all intelligence, temper it, perfect it, so you can adapt, advance, and stay ahead. That's evolving with tenacity and purpose. That's TP. Never underestimate the value of being there.
The space, the climate, the leadership, and the entire ecosystem allowed me to find and discover more and more potential, which I never knew I had.
Besides the fact that it's such a green, modern, amazing place, it's literally a pleasure to be physically in the office. But I'm also enjoying a lot the interaction that I have with the teams, the bonding opportunities, the people that I have the chance to meet, to socialize, to exchange ideas, and to see actually the projects growing from this encounter.
We don't come in the office to work from the office, to be in calls from the office, but we come here to meet our colleagues, to interact with our colleagues, and be part of the great events that are happening here.
No idea is pushed back. Everyone is keen to listen in what you have to contribute, and that gives me immense amount of pleasure and keeps me excited to walk into offices every day and contribute towards my development and the growth for the organization.
Our future starts now. Together, we are stronger. We are a collective of more than 1,000 consultants, engineers, business and technology experts based in Bucharest, Iași, Cluj, and Brasov. We leverage the power and expertise of our teams and our ecosystem of leading tech partners, driving us to constantly innovate. We unlock the value of technology to help our clients, people, society get the future they want. Ready?
Vision, curiosity, and courage. It started with 20 people in one country. Today, Genpact has over 100,000 people across 35 countries, changing how companies run, innovating at speed, building advanced technology, creating value for all. Because when change is in your DNA, when good enough is never good enough, the impossible becomes possible, and tomorrow becomes today. Tomorrow, now showing.
We are evolving. Because standing still is never an option. Evolution isn't just about change, it's about purpose. A new era demands a new identity. Simpler, sharper, more connected. Teleperformance becomes TP. An evolution that began in 2018. A name that reflects who we've always been, where tech and touch power partnerships. Where transformation drives performance, where thought fuels passion. With each innovation, we help our clients build personalized systems to harness all intelligence, temper it, perfect it, so you can adapt, advance, and stay ahead. That's evolving with tenacity and purpose. That's TP. Never underestimate the value of being there.
The space, the climate, the leadership, and the entire ecosystem allowed me to find and discover more and more potential, which I never knew I had.
Besides the fact that it's such a green, modern, amazing place, it's literally a pleasure to be physically in the office. But I'm also enjoying a lot the interaction that I have with the teams, the bonding opportunities, the people that I have the chance to meet, to socialize, to exchange ideas, and to see actually the projects growing from this encounter.
We don't come in the office to work from the office, to be in calls from the office, but we come here to meet our colleagues, to interact with our colleagues, and be part of the great events that are happening here.
No idea is pushed back. Everyone is keen to listen in what you have to contribute, and that gives me immense amount of pleasure and keeps me excited to walk into offices every day and contribute towards my development and the growth for the organization.
To the 11th edition of Romanian Business Services Forum and Awards 2025 edition. The Business Services Awards Gala will award and celebrate today the high-performing companies, managers and projects that mark the business services industry evolution in 2024. We'll be together to celebrate the best of the best in this edition, and before diving into the awards gala, allow me to thank our partners of the event and of course the jury board. I will start with the gold partners: TP Romania, Vastint Romania, ACCA, ICI Bucharest, Allianz Partners, Vipro, Societe Generale GSC, Capgemini Romania, Accenture and Genpact. Our other partners are Grives and Voice, Vodafone Intelligent Solutions. Thank you to our supporting partners, AHK Romania, BRCC, ANIS, Cluj IT Cluster, and Lovering and Partners. Our media partners for today are Outsourcing Today, Sustainability Today, Automotive Today, Financial Intelligence, today and tomorrow, România Durabilă, Economistul, Club Economic, and Bursa. Now, let's give a big round of applause for the jury board. I will start with Andrada Iliescu, Advisory Associate Partner, KPMG Romania, Corina Vasile, Executive Director, ANIS Romania, Mihaela Robu, Business Development Manager, ACCA Southeastern Europe, Andrei Romanescu, Managing Director, Vim Software, Andrei Crăciun, Advisor, Minister of Education, Dan Zaharia, Senior Leasing Consultant, Extend Management, Maria Butcu, Director, Leader for Business Process Solutions, Deloitte, Romania, and Mr. Colin Lovering, Founder, Lovering and Partners. It is time to start with our first category, CSR Initiative of the Year, and for this category, to reveal the winner, I will invite on the stage Andrada Iliescu to help us. And now let's see the finalists for this first category. We have Accenture Romania and CED Romania, Allianz Partners Global Service Delivery, Societe Generale Global Solution Center, Voice Romania, Vipro Technologies, and Valoris Center and U-Hub Association. Hello.
Hello, good evening everybody. It was during the pandemic when we did the recruitment online, of course, like everybody. And I hired a colleague in our team. Lovely, beautiful, smiley, looked very smart. We hired her, we brought her in the first day, and we realized that she's a person with disability, because she was little. I swear I didn't have any problem, but we loved her so much. She was so smart, so team player, so hardworking. So I really, really appreciated her, and we loved everybody from the team. So about the CSR Initiative of the Year, this award goes to a nationwide creative campaign developed with the support of the European Commission Accessible EU that sheds light into the real needs of persons with disabilities. The campaign targets people without disabilities, both inside and outside the company, that are willing to learn about the challenges these people faces every day while being with us, different people than themselves. The campaign is also part of the wider approach of the company, which, in recent years, together with other relevant NGOs, they have developed and supported relevant initiatives targeting different types of disabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, the award goes to Accenture and CED Romania for the A Family of Millions campaign.
A big congratulations for Accenture Romania and CED Romania. Andreea Bituleanu, Country Manager of Marketing and Communications, is coming on stage.
Hello, good evening everyone. We are extremely honored to receive this award. And of course, I am receiving this award on behalf of our teams at Accenture and CED Romania. This campaign, as was mentioned, is all about building a society here in Romania where people with disabilities are understood, are integrated, and are valued. Our campaign until now has reached over 800,000 people, and we really hope it will reach much more, many other people. And I would like to just leave you with one thought, which is actually also the essence of the campaign we have built, and it's the following. So, if being different means that only your family understands and supports you, then the family of a person with disability needs much more members. It needs all of you. So my encouragement is that you join this family, O Familie de Milioane, and make a difference together with us. And we thank you all, and I'm very sorry that our partners, Shed Romania, didn't make it. They are on their way in traffic stuck, so we will also pass this great recognition to them as well. Thank you so much.
It is now time to take the official photo, so please join me in the center of the stage for this official photo for your award, CSR Initiative of the Year. Congratulations once again for this award. Now moving forward to the next category, Best Wellbeing Initiative, and I will invite Maria Budcu to help us announce this award. Let's see the finalists here. We have Societe Generale Global Solution Center, Michelin Corporate and Business Services Bucharest, and Cognizant Romania. Hello.
Well, good evening, everyone. Happy to see you again. You know how important, I know how important is being a good parent and also being at office with colleagues and show the full capacity. Being a mom of two beautiful daughters, it's hard always to find a balance and to prioritize the things. And I always telling to my people in the team that please make sure that your family is staying good at home, because when the family is good, you can focus on your work. Where there is a lack of something, you cannot always concentrate on the job. And the award for this initiative goes to the company that managed to identify and find a balance for those parents who need some time in dealing with the task, in being present in the meetings while having kids that cannot go, for instance, on a certain moment to the school or to the kindergarten. So I am pleased to welcome to the SEN Societe Generale Global Solution Center for the Kids Hub at Office project.
A well-deserved award. Mr. Philippe Gablon, CEO, is here. Congratulations.
Thanks very much. I mean, it's a lovely initiative. I would like first to thank Daniela and her team who initiated this initiative in the company. It's basically, it's simple, the concept is simple. It's a place where kids of our employee can stay during the working hours. And there's a system of booking, the system of caring for the children and activities for the children. So basically you can book, you can come with a child, you leave the child while you work, and then you go back with the child. What touched me more is when I arrive in the morning and I see children, because it starts at 9. So when I see children which are outside, you know, outside there's some benches with some trees, so being there with the mother or father, and even in the office, when you enter the office, there's some children here and there, because the parents brought them to see, oh, I work there, it's like this, etc. So it's a lovely feeling. So thanks again for the team.
Congratulations for this award. Please come here for the official to take the official photo for this award. Let's proceed now to our next category, Best Customer-Centric Initiative. Maria Butcu will help us also here. Let's discover together the finalists. We have Accenture Romania and DAVA, Romanian, Gempact, Concentrix Romania, Entity Data, Societe Generale Global Solution Center, Voice Romania, Valoris Center, and Vipro Romania.
The award for this category goes to a suite of solutions and services that have been delivered to a customer with offices in 40 countries and that needed a partner to help deliver comprehensive and extended service like procurement, finance, compliance, controlling. The objective is to maintain relationship with local authorities and deliver technological solution in a cost-effective setup. I am pleased to welcome Wipro Romania with a tailored solution, end-to-end finance, accounting, and procurement.
Congratulations for Vipro Romania. Cristina Diculescu, Service Delivery Lead Vipro, is coming to our stage for this award. Congratulations.
Good evening, everyone. I'm super honored and I am proud to be here to receive this award. And I just want to let you know that we'll be back here winning another awards, even if AI is knocking on our doors. Because this award is based on lots of improvements, project improvements that we did, and we did them on the high-end finance, and I think that is the area that we need to explore. If you will allow me, I want to call a few names that I want to really to thank right now, and the first one is Ciprian, who believed in me from the beginning, the quality team, Ioana, Delia, even if she's not here, Laura, thank you so much, and my team back home. Thank you all.
Let's take a photo. Moving forward to top digital transformation services provider, we have the finalists, Accenture Services, Capgemini Romania, and Inform, member of Austria Card Holdings.
This category awards a generative AI solution that streamlines order-to-cash dispute process with an end-to-end AI powerful workflow. It addresses various inhibitors and customer requests, enhancing satisfaction, productivity through touchless processing. This solution revolutionizes customer interaction and document reconciliation by automating low-value, high-effort tasks. The award for this category goes to Capgemini Romania and their generative AI solution copy documents.
Big congratulations to Capgemini Romania. Mr. Cătălin Bădescu is here with us. Congratulations.
And just one thing, I'm just the enabler, okay, of getting this award, and I think our transformation team is here, and I'm inviting them to the stage. They're the ones which put all the effort to get this award, and maybe they can say also a few words.
Good evening, everyone. Nice to be here, first time. Truly honored about receiving this prize and such esteemed partners, peers, and industry leaders. Just wanted to thank also Diplomate for such a great honor. And to my team, more to come. This is the first one, heavily investing in this, and we truly made it. I would like to thank to the technical team, of course, that is not with us today. Without them, it will not be possible innovate. And yeah, thank you. See you. See you with the next one.
Once again, congratulations, and please all come here for our official photo. It's enough space for the technical team also. We'll add them afterwards. Thank you, Maria Butcu, for helping us. Now let's move ahead. I will invite on the stage Mr. Andrei Mihai Crăciun, Digital Transformation Expert. For our next category, Digital Transformation Initiative of the Year, we have the finalists. Concentrix Romania, Stefanini, Voice Romania, and Computer Generated Solutions.
Hello everybody, it's great to see you back here again. And if Andrada remembered us a bit about the pandemic time, I'm going to also remember that choosing a product, tuning it and fine-tuning it for your team is one thing. Knowing it's the best thing you have to win time and to win, I know, a better process. But the services for it, the transformation, the digital transformation part within the team that feels that that product helps it, helps the team, helps the time, helps resources, it's quite challenging. And I remember within the pandemic times we did the same that I'm gonna word something similar. We had the support for at West University of Timișoara. We had support mandated for almost 20,000 people, teachers, students, and staff. And we implemented a similar solution with its challenges, and it's really, really, really hard trying to build up a system that holds and teaches value over the entire community, and that within one country. But this team that I'm going to award today come with a solution for the service provider capability spans towards 9 international customers having their infrastructure spread over 14 data centers. The result is not yet a staggering number of over 1,000 tickets that are handled yearly, but also in a complex customer customized environment. The solution is partially removed the need for manual ticket intervention and wins time and
First of all, I would like to thank our organizers for this opportunity. And it's not about me, it's about our brilliant team that we developed. So we started 10 years ago with just a handful of people. And due to projects like this and many others, we succeeded to stand out and to expand the portfolio, now having more than 3,000 brilliant engineers actually creating an impressive tech community. I said it's not about me. Camelia, it's actually the architect of this solution, so I will let her to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you and good evening. I'm not a seasoned speaker, so if I get too nervous, please forgive me. I will make a small note. It's actually 100,000 tickets yearly that we handle with this solution, and it varies from storage, compute, database incidents with various priorities. And this was our way to gain competitive advantage because we have other competition in lower cost centers. And for us, this was the way to change a bit the paradigm, and from outsourcing simply, now we are providing and giving value to the business. So thank you, and hope it's not our last word here.
Now let's provide a nice photo here in the middle of our stage. Once again, congratulations for this award. Andrei Crăciun will also help us to reveal the winner for our next category, Best University Business Cooperation. Let's discover the finalists. Here we have Vipro with 2 projects, Voice Romania, Accenture Romania, BitSentinel and Orange Romania, and Endafa Romania.
So if you want to move fast, tools are the required material to do so. If you want to move further away and move in a sustainable manner, people and cooperation is the key. So this category awards a project that revolves around collaboration between developing companies' branches with local universities. It focuses on enhancing student engagement and promoting sustainability through educational workshop and interactive sessions. Learn how to do it, ideate on it, and then improve it. That's cooperation, and that's what's going to take you further and further away, better and better each iteration. We award Wipro and their partnership project Wipro Meets Next Gen associates with the academic environment in Bucharest and Timișoara. Congratulations.
Congratulations for Vipro. We are now inviting Teodora Todoran, Associate Vice President Vipro, for this award.
Good evening, and thank you for this ceremonies, for this award. This is amazing. I don't think we are making any justice with the fact that I'm alone here on the stage. Just alone in December and January, we had 440 students with us in the office. Of course, Mirela, you cannot host such a huge event to bring them all here. But I believe that the entire project and the partnerships that we have are impacting at least 4 dimensions. One is Wipro, of course, because we get to show the students, the future workforce, what all we do. The second one is the universities, and Raluca Popa is a great supporter of everything that we do there. Thank you so much. Obviously for the students, because they get to see how it is if you really go there and see what a corporate life is looking like. And lastly, I believe it's us, the parents, which get to be super proud of what you see when you see your child over there along with the clients. So thank you so much. This is really an honor. And thank you, Wipro, entire team. Thank you.
A well-deserved award. Let's proceed now to our next category, L&D Initiative of the Year, and I will invite Mihaela Robu, Business Development Manager, ACCA Southeastern Europe, to help us announce this award. Now let's discover the finalists here: BitSentinel and Orange Romania, Concentrix Romania, Cognite Software, CGS Romania, Gempact, Societe Generale Global Solution Center, Voice Romania, and Vipro Limited.
Good evening. For me, representing ACCA, it's a pleasure every time to talk about L&D initiatives, because I know so many people working in L&D, and I see during these jury sessions, I see so many wonderful projects. And tonight, the award goes to a company and their landmarks projects of opening the first AI Innovation Hub in Bucharest. You know, we talk a lot about AI, almost for each and every award this evening. So they open an AI Innovation Hub in Bucharest, and in October 2023, they expanded with the 3rd location in Iași, a state-of-the-art collaboration hub. Since then, the team has grown to over 650 professionals in 18 months, across roles in finance, content moderation, customer care, and supply chain. They partnered with leading local institutions, including Alexandru Ioan Cuza University, Teach for Romania NGO, and the regional professional networks. In just 18 months, the company transformed its Iași hub into a thriving center for innovation and collaboration. In April this year, they opened a 2nd location, a new delivery center, underscoring the long-term commitment to growth in the region. Since arriving in Iași, they have united teams across Romania and built strong partnerships with local universities and NGOs and city leaders. And this award goes to Genpact Romania and the AI innovation hubs developed in Bucharest and Iași.
Congratulations for Genpact.
Good evening. Always happy to be in this forum, and even happier to be here and being recognized for the work that we do in a field that is super close to our hearts, which is how we keep our workforce relevant, upskilled, and ready for what is coming. And when I say our workforce, I'm referring as well to the students. You've heard a bit earlier about our collaborations with the universities in Iași and not only. Now you've also heard about the AI Innovation Center in Bucharest and the AI Collaboration Hub in Iași. These have been extremely important instruments in our journey of upskilling people. May that be through sessions in which we demystify the technology so it's not as scary. May that be through hands-on practice exercises or actually making our people part of the co-creation of the AI products that we sell. All of these have one single goal, which is to prepare us for a world where we partner with AI for a world that works better for people. So lastly, I would like to thank our techno-functional teams, humans, robots, and now AI agents alike. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. We are now moving forward to a special award powered by Outsourcing Today, and I will invite Cristina Milio, Business Development at the Diplomat Bucharest, to announce this award, Transformational Leadership Development Award. Hi, Cristina.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I'm happy to see all of you here tonight. I'm here from the first edition of the event, so we are all friends, mostly. New friends also, welcome. Let me see. We have the Transformational Leadership Development Award. This award goes to a program launched in 2024 by the L&D manager to cultivate and align leadership across the organization. The program targets top executives from multiple regions, fostering collaboration, strategic thinking, and a shared vision. Comprising 5 modules, both virtual and in person, this program aims to strengthen leadership skills such as decision-making, communication, and organizational change management. Among significant KPIs, the program fostered a 20% increase in cross-regional collaboration, leading to a more integrated global team. Additionally, the program's success in aligning leadership has had a direct impact on the company's ability to scale, contributing to 5% year-over-year growth in revenue from existing clients and save the company from an estimated $2 million in project delays and inefficiencies over the course of 2025. This special award goes to Stefanini, Romania, for the Nexus Executive Development Program.
Congratulations to Stefanini, Romania. Now Alexia Gusha is coming on the stage, Senior Learning and Development Manager, Stefanini.
Well, good evening, everyone. Of course, I'm honored. I will not surprise you if I start saying I'm honored and I'm enthusiastic to be here on the stage. But there are a few reasons why I'm honored and enthusiastic here in front of you. First of all, I'm representing Stefanini Group, which is a global organization with a huge center here in Romania. When I say huge, I'm not only referring to numbers. I'm saying we have strong capabilities here in Romania that are actually bringing a lot of value to the Stefanini Group. I'm also honored because I represent the learning and development team, which is composed by multiple professionals, which are Romanians, and here we are representing strong business leaders from Romania. And we were actually able to demystify something connected to learning and development programs, moreover internal ones. If before people were believing that learning and development only addresses entry levels or new hires in the organization, currently the learning and development team in Stefanini is handling projects like this one, which are impacting global executives, bringing them together, sharing ideas, and improving their skills. Lastly, humbleness to learn, it's actually one of the core Stefanini attitudes that represent a strong foundation for our organizational culture. And when we say humbleness to learn, once again, we don't refer only to entry-level employees or to the ones that are eager to grow. We refer from top level to the first level employee. And Nexus program, it's demonstrating once again that in Stefanini, everyone is eager to learn, to improve, and I'm happy to represent programs like this one. Thank you very much for the award.
Congratulations for this award. Now let's take the photo. And Cristina Emilio will also help us with the next category, Brand of the Year.
Brand of the Year. Brand of the Year awards this year a company that has shown impressive growth and an unwavering commitment to both its people and its purpose. Since opening its doors in 2004, this organization has expanded from 500 agents to more than 4,300 professionals, playing a key role in the regional success of its group. But what truly sets them apart is their people-first culture. In 2023, their feel-good team launched over 50 well-being initiatives, reaching thousands across the company. And in 2024, they went even further, growing their ambassador network and impacting more than 4,600 people through programs focused on charity, health, and overall wellness. They've also taken bold steps to retain top talent, proactively offering new roles to employees at risk of leaving, avoiding nearly 200 exits each year. That's not just good business, that's leadership with heart. Please join me in congratulating this remarkable company. Brand of the Year is TP Romania.
Congratulations for TP Romania. We are now inviting Andra Ungureanu from TP Romania on the stage for this award, Brand of the Year.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I want to congratulate the Diplomate team for this opportunity. Also to congratulate all the winners from tonight. This is an award about our team, about TP team, about our employees, under the leadership of our management. I want to congratulate our management team that is there. And also, I want to congratulate and also to thank you, our CEO, Daniela Micușan. I'm so nervous, sorry.
Congratulations for this award. Our next category is HR Manager of the Year, and Mihaela Robu will come back on the stage to announce the winner. We have two finalists, Laura Bushu-Boboc and Florentina Gregor.
One of the words very close to my heart for this complex and so important function, the HR manager. And I will say again a few words why we decided to choose the person that we chose. The awarded HR manager for 2024 embarked in the HR industry 17 years ago as a consultant, but the passion for industry naturally led to diving headfirst into all things of HR. For 15 years, this person has been working for the same entrepreneurial company as the manager, and she says that she was on a continuous learning journey, keeping pace with the shifting trends in HR practices and the ever-changing software industry. This led to balancing between ensuring a quality recruitment process and nurturing a happy, motivated internal community. For this manager, the people-first approach is not just a surface-level commitment, it's about genuinely caring for one another. We award Florentina Gregor, Chief Talent Experience Officer at Zetec.
Congratulations for Florentina Gregor. The award goes to Andra Gavrila, and afterwards the award will go to Florentina Gregor. Congratulations.
Hello everyone. So I'm Andra, nice to meet you. I'm not Florentina. But I'm very happy to receive this for her because she said that I should bring it home, and of course I will. So that's it, short and sweet. Thank you.
Also take a photo, and afterwards we'll put Florentina in this in our photo. Thank you. They say legends never rest, and we've got one legend stepping up to the stage. I will invite Mr. Colin Lovering on our stage for our next award. It's Team Leader of the Year. Let's see the finalists here. We have Laura Bușu-Boboc, Florentina Gregor, Mihai Poenaru, Camelia Topsov, Milena Ainăchioaie, and Mihaela Spătaru.
Legend, eh?
Yeah.
I like it. And just when you thought you got rid of me. I'm very happy. Well, firstly, congratulations to everybody on there. I think a team leader, manager, middle, whatever the title is one of the most underestimated jobs. And there's a few of you out there now, underestimated jobs in the industry, because you have to satisfy those demands of the board while motivating a team in challenging times. So my voice is going, as you can see. So congratulations to everybody. This category awards a distinguished team leader who exemplifies the spirit of leadership through the unwavering commitment to excellence and sustainability. Known for the dynamic approach and dedication to fostering, that's AI, fostering a positive work environment, the awarded manager has been instrumental in guiding his team towards achieving remarkable results while nurturing a culture of innovation and collaboration. In 2024, the proved leadership extended beyond the professional responsibilities as actively engaged in corporate social responsibility and sustainability initiatives. The passion for making a meaningful impact on society led to spearhead multiple actions that resonated with the company's core values and commitment to community engagement. So I'm particularly delighted to offer this award to Mihai Poenaru, the service manager at Allianz Partners.
Congratulations to Mihai Poenaru. Now on the stage for this award, Team Leader of the Year.
Hi everyone. Thank you so much to the organizers. I feel honored to receive this award. And of course, it's so great to have such a platform to celebrate innovation and awesome people doing great jobs. I would like to thank my mentors across the years who have helped me, who have shown me the way, and who have also delivered a metaphorical slap from time to time. And of course, I promise to do the same with each young talent I find during my career. Thank you very much.
Congratulations for the award and for your speech and for this beautiful photo. Moving on, Country Manager of the Year, and Andrada Iliescu will announce the Country Manager of the Year.
So in case you didn't know, 29th of May, it's a very important day in the history. In 1453, the Byzantine Empire ended when the Ottoman Empire conquered Constantinople. Then in 1660, the English Restoration happened when I don't remember, Colin, help me. English Restoration, 1660. Sorry. Joking, I was joking. Wanted to see if you are paying attention, because you are a legend, of course. So joke aside, today it's a very important day because we are going to award the Country Manager of the Year. So this Country Manager of the Year has more than 14 years experience in shared services and business process outsourcing. He has a huge package of experience: source to pay, finance and accounting, order to cash, process transformation, transition, you name it, he has it. Whenever you want to leave the company, we are happy to welcome you in our company. So, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to congratulate Alexandru Stoinescu, the Vice President of Genpact.
He is the Country Manager of the Year, Alexandru Stoinescu.
I didn't even know I have all those skills, so thank you so much. No, honestly, this has been a big surprise, so thank you for the nomination. I'm both honored and humbled. Wasn't expecting it. It is particularly special this year because Genpact is actually having 20 years of existence and 20 years in Romania. And it's a cool year because I've been fortunate enough to spend 18 of those years with the company. In fact, I remember in 2007 when I joined a small office in Pipera, there was a couple of hundred people. I know you're laughing. And then there were 3 buildings on the street, which was the nascent stages of the industry in Romania. 18 years later, I think Genpact is 5,000 people strong here. We have one of the top 5 AI innovation centers of the company based in Bucharest. And the industry is represented by yourselves, which are such a Polish group of individuals with a real commitment to the country. What really brings me joy, however, is looking around the room in events like these and seeing familiar faces. And it's always good to be back. Having said that, I don't really see this as an individual award. I think this is the testament of a group of highly skilled, highly committed, highly energized individuals who deserve this. So I thank them dearly, and I thank you.
Congratulations. Please stay for this official photo with the Country Manager of the Year, Mr. Alexandru Stoinescu. Thank you, Andrada. And now back on the stage, Mr. Colin Lovering for some company awards. Let's start with Most Transformed Workplace. And the finalists here are Concentrix, Genpact Romania, Michelin, Corporate and Business Services, and Vipro Technologies.
You don't even pay me for this either. I think we talked in a panel about transformation. It's a common word that we use in our vocabulary, but I think we also touched on the importance of that workplace being aligned with that transformation. Otherwise, it simply doesn't work. So I'm delighted to present this award. And this award goes to a company that operates in over 40 countries, with Romania serving as a strategic hub in Central and Eastern Europe, with 2,500 employees across 6 sites The Romanian operation delivers fully integrated end-to-end solutions at speed and scale for more than 2,000 clients, spanning banking, financial services, technology, consumer goods, healthcare, and more. Their values, integrity, innovation, inclusivity, and teamwork are at the heart of their operations. 2024 was a year of accelerated transformation for the company, marked by a holistic approach to workplace innovation across physical, virtual, and hybrid environments. Nearly there. Their One Culture in Action strategy, built on feedback from their annual Your Voice survey, 83.2% participation in brackets, drove significant improvements in engagement, retention, and internal mobility. So I'm delighted to award this to Concentrix.
Congratulations for Concentrix. Now this award goes to Carmen Pufan and Patricia Damas.
Enthusiastic, yeah. Thank you so much for the organizers for really believing in the fact that we are a transformed workplace. Thank you for the jury who has really considered us as eligible. I think everyone here in this evening has transitioned various transformation processes, and I think that we are witnessing ongoing, since we are now in an era of Gen AI and everything related to this. So Mr. Lovering just said earlier about the way we have went through this transformation process is the way we have reinvented so far the employee experiences by embedding everything related to culture in action, like Colin said. So culture in action, meaning that we've reconsidered everything related to the recognition, appreciation, so people-first approach by reinventing the employee experiences to the way they are using Gen AI. So we have brought AI closer to them. We have launched our own ChatGPT, internal ChatGPT, so that everyone in all support functions are really now really is in working on day-by-day tasks and repetitive tasks, so that we are allowing them more time for well-being and work-life balance. And this one could not have been done without our team. And we have here Patricia, my colleague, who has ensured that we have really embedding all these aspects in our transformation process. And thank you so much. So please, if you want to share.
Thank you, Carmen. Hello, thank you everyone. I'm very honored to receive this award on behalf of the team. The transformation didn't happen overnight. It took a lot of teamwork, a lot of drive, but most importantly, a lot of heart. And I'm very proud to bring this back to Concentrix Romania, a great team doing great work. Thank you.
Congratulations. And now
one last mention, the rest of the leadership team who should have been here today with us is now celebrating our extraordinary game changers, also related to something that it is now awarded in our site in Iași. So we dedicate this award to our extended team. Thank you so much.
Good to hear that. And now, because you already fixed the award, this time for the official photo, congratulations for Most Transformed Workplace, Concentrix. Thank you, Colin. Now, moving on to the Employer of the Year, less than 800 employees, and Andrada Iliescu will join me on the stage for this award. Let's see now the finalists. We have Allianz Partners Romania, Deutsche Telekom Services Europe Romania, Booking Holdings, Valoris Center, and Zitec.
It's the last award, I'm handing it over and then I can start drinking. Before that, I would like to thank Mirela and her team for the great event and for inviting me here. Probably I'm doing something good, I don't know exactly what. So about the Employer of the Year, this award goes to a company based in Bucharest and Timișoara. Of course, from Timișoara only great things are coming. I am from Timișoara. I see my former colleagues Ciprian, Viorel. So, this company was founded in 2013, and it is a shared service provider for the group. The company delivers high-quality, efficient finance, HR, procurement, and reporting services to 30 entities in 11 countries. This award goes to Deutsche Telekom Services Europe.
For this award, we invite Laura Gavrila on the stage with us. Congratulations for Employer of the Year.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you're not too tired. A lot of categories, but of course also a lot of reasons to celebrate, because I have to say I'm proud to be part of this industry, because so many amazing things are happening, even if we don't necessarily know about that. And I think this is a good place to thank, of course, Outsourcing Today and the Diplomat for bringing us together and offering us a space where we can celebrate each other. I'm, of course, honored to represent DTSC Romania today. And this recognition is important, especially because it really reflects our heart, a team that puts people first, despite, I don't know, challenging times, let's call them. I'm sure you are all familiar with them. Through economic pressures and organizational changes, we keep a very straight focus on not just supporting, but also extending employee benefits and development opportunities. And I have to say that at the end of the day, we are proud of the workplace that we created, a place where people can grow, they are seen, and they can succeed. So thank you once again, and thank you to all of our people who make DTSC Romania what it is today. Thank you.
This was the Employer of the Year award. The first Employer of the Year, because we have another category here, and Colin Lovering will help us to announce the Employer of the Year over 800 employees. With the following finalists, we have Voice, TP Romania, Accenture Romania, Computer Generated Solutions, Entity Data, Societe Generale Global Solution Center, and Michelin Corporate and Business Services.
Thank you very much indeed. Employee of the Year, over 800 employees. I was saying to somebody earlier on, I think I used the analogy of sport. A few years ago, every little girl wanted to play tennis because of Simona Halep. Some of the older gentlemen, when they were kids, wanted to be Haji. We need those role models, and I think companies in this industry, and I think we've heard and we've seen a lot of them today, and for all of you, I think, is you are the ambassadors for this country, and continue to do what you do and do it with passion, and I think that's what makes Romania very, very attractive. So congratulations to everybody in the room, but in particular, I have an award here, and this award goes to a company that really stands out as a benchmark employer in the customer experience management and BPO industry. Since its foundation in 2004, the company has demonstrated consistent and sustainable growth, expanding from a team of 500 to over 4,300 professionals by 2025. In recent years, they have embarked on a bold transformation journey, going beyond the conventional boundaries of the BPO sector. Their focus has been on scaling their workforce and reimagining the operation. I can't even speak my own language. Imagine if I did this in Romanian. The operational models to meet the evolving expectations of both the market and the people, embracing workplace flexibility, digitizing internal processes, and promoting true work-life balance. And I'm particularly personally delighted to present this award, and I want the whole table up on this stage. The award, of course, goes to TP Romania.
Daniela Micușan, CEO TP Romania, and her team are coming to our stage for Employer of the Year award. Big congratulations for this award.
she can talk, I can tell you.
So great night. Thank you, everyone. Great guests, inspiring speeches, and powerful connections. I'm very proud to be part of this committee. So I'm sure that we are sharing the same commitment for a lot of good things, improvements, better life, enjoy our success. So I'm sure that this can be done only together. So we will be more powerful. Thank you, for the team, for the guests and everyone. So the sky is the limit. We will continue our work.
Congratulations for TP Romania Employer of the Year. And now it is my pleasure to invite on the stage Mirela Gavra, publisher, The Diplomat-Bucharest. Let's hear a big round of applause for Mirela. We have 2 more awards to go. The first one is Business Services Company of the Year, less than 800 employees. Let's see the finalists. We have Allianz Partners Romania, Booking Holdings, Deutsche Telekom Services, Europe Romania, Valoris Center, Booking Holdings, I said that, and Zitec.
Good evening. First of all, I want to thank you to our jury member and of course to our moderator, Colin. A big round of applause, please. Thank you. And I want to congratulate all the finalists and the winners for this edition. This award goes to a company world leader in B2B and B2C insurance and assistance services, offering global solutions that span international health and life, travel insurance, or automotive industries. Among their multiple wide project spans, we would like to mention the Leadership Passport program, which was developed to cultivate leadership skills and competencies within the company. Over 500 employees completed the Leadership Passport program with 75% reporting enhanced leadership skills and confidence. The organizational impact was also strong, leading to a 20% increase in project success rates and overall business performance. The winner of this category is Allianz Partners Romania.
Congratulations for Allianz Partners Romania.
Such a great honor to receive this award. I want to thank, first of all, on behalf of the entire team. This is not just a celebration, a recognition of our work, but a celebration of the people behind it. Our loyal employees, our partners, our customers. It hasn't been an easy journey, and my colleagues here can confirm it. It was full of challenges, but which just made us stronger, more innovative, and more united. So thank you for believing in us, and we will continue on aiming higher, being stronger than before, and bringing more awards to the company. Thank you so much. And if one of my colleagues wants to say something else, thank you.
Congratulations for Business Services Company of the Year for less than 800 employees. Now, let's move on to the Business Services Company of the Year over 800 employees. Let's see the finalists here. Accenture Services, Capgemini Romania, Computer Generated Solutions, and Dava Romania, Genpact, Societe Generale Global Solution Center, TP Romania, Voice, Stefanini, and Vipro.
This award goes to a leading global professional service company with approximately 801,000 people serving clients in more than 120 countries. In Romania, since it opened the first office in 2006, the company counts now 4,400 professionals working in 6 cities across Romania and operating in technology, digital manufacturing, engineering, and operations. The worthy company focuses on sustaining globally a culture of learning, having invested more than $1 billion in development and reskilling programs in the financial year 2024, along with external partnership. This translated into more than 40 million hours of trainings delivered for their employees. We award at this category Accenture Services for its commitment to employees and business growth. Congratulations.
We invite now on the stage Raluca Burghelea, Country Managing Director, Accenture Romania, and of course the team, Business Services Company of the Year, over 800 employees, Accenture Services.
So I will not deliver a big speech. I just want to say one thing. We've been talking about it, and we live in an era of technology, but no company can be great without having great people. And actually this award, I'm picking it up together with a small team here, but this award goes to all our team in Romania who are the great people who made all these results happen. Thank you.
Congratulations. Please stay on the stage, and I will ask all the other winners to join you on the stage for a celebration photo. Everybody is staying here for a celebration photo. All the winners.
All the winners and jury member, please come here.
Jury winners, please join the stage for one more celebration photo. Thank you one more time for joining us on this event. Enjoy this evening. And let's hear a big round of applause for all the winners for this event. Congratulations one more time.
Our future starts now. Together, we are stronger. We are a collective of more than 1,000 consultants, engineers, business and technology experts based in Bucharest, Iași, Cluj, and Brasov. We leverage the power and expertise of our teams and our ecosystem of leading tech partners, driving us to constantly innovate. We unlock the value of technology to help our clients, people, society get the future they want. Ready?
Vision, curiosity, and courage. It started with 20 people in one country. Today, Genpact has over 100,000 people across 35 countries, changing how companies run, innovating at speed, building advanced technology, creating value for all. Because when change is in your DNA, when good enough is never good enough, the impossible becomes possible, and tomorrow becomes today. Tomorrow, now showing.
We are evolving. Because standing still is never an option. Evolution isn't just about change, it's about purpose. A new era demands a new identity. Simpler, sharper, more connected. Teleperformance becomes TP. An evolution that began in 2018. A name that reflects who we've always been, where tech and touch power partnerships. Where transformation drives performance, where thought fuels passion. With each innovation, we help our clients build personalized systems to harness all intelligence, temper it, perfect it, so you can adapt, advance, and stay ahead. That's evolving with tenacity and purpose. That's TP. Never underestimate the value of being there.
The space, the climate, the leadership, and the entire ecosystem allowed me to find and discover more and more potential, which I never knew I had.
Besides the fact that it's such a green, modern, amazing place, it's literally a pleasure to be physically in the office. But I'm also enjoying a lot the interaction that I have with the teams, the bonding opportunities, the people that I have the chance to meet, to socialize, to exchange ideas, and to see actually the projects growing from this encounter.
We don't come in the office to work from the office, to be in calls from the office, but we come here to meet our colleagues, to interact with our colleagues, and be part of the great events that are happening here.
No idea is pushed back. Everyone is keen to listen in what you have to contribute, and that gives me immense amount of pleasure and keeps me excited to walk into offices every day and contribute towards my development and the growth for the organization.